Hello, everybody. I'm hoping that you can hear us. Welcome to another episode of Kaiser versus the World. How's everybody doing?
Hello, friends! It is I, Pete, the periodic one. I'm here this time.
Yeah.
Hey, number one rival.
And he didn't even knock first.
uh,
Yeah. Let's see. Rival, Josh, and Relic and Gabo are here. Nice to see y'all.
welcome. Welcome, guys. And Kaiser, hi! And some other people. There's 11 people watching.
Oh, 11 people. Sweet.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way in like freaking OBS that allows you to see how many are in, but whatever. I'll just have the chat on my phone.
Is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, just another day in the stream here. Also, Kaiser, your volume's a little low. Maybe it's because the mic is a little further from me. Hold on. Oh, and I also have the freaking volume for it down because of the other stream. Hold on.
How does my volume sound, chat? Can you guys hear me all right? Am I okay? Am I in the clear?
I think you should be fine.
All right.
Also, guys, I have a low voice in general. You guys gotta understand that. I'm currently drawing my OC right now while I listen to this stream. Yo, okay.
Heck yeah. All right, thanks, Relic, for letting me know.
Yeah, let me see. Do I sound better?
Here, actually, let me check the stream itself.
Hey, if you want, sure.
You're a little soft.
Still?
Just a little bit. But I can hear you relatively well.
Yeah, like I said, it's like, actually, maybe if I increase the gain a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe if you up your gain a little bit. Billy
Donuts! Let's
with
go!
the donuts! Yeah, boy! With the delicious circular pastries! Hell yeah!
Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, I guess since we already got some people pouring in. Hey, Rika, how you doing?
Hello.
And since we already got people pouring in, we may as well just move on with the show.
Might as well.
Oh, what?
I was just agreeing with you. Sorry, I need to stop interrupting you.
Nah, it's fine. It's a casual thing, okay? I don't have a gun to your head, right, Pete? I totally don't have a gun.
Oh, so it is okay for me to interrupt you.
I mean, well,
just like this. I'm gonna get
as long as you don't speak anything about guns in the back of people's heads, then that's fine. Oh, hey, Fies, how you doing? Yeah. So, CBF just popped in to say hi before I get back to adding a list. Haven't seen Frieren. Also, there will be manga spoilers. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah,
all right. Well.
All right, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the warning. I already got the manga in like another tab, for me real quickly, and there might be points where I have to read it.
And I am not concerned about spoilers at all, so we're good there. But it does mean that I will unfortunately not be able to speak to a lot of the stuff here because I haven't read the manga. So I feel like a lot of the context that invokes the manga is stuff that Kaiser may have to comment on alone. But I will try to give my input where I can here and there.
Oh, but what are we talking about, right?
What are we talking about? It's everyone's favorite topic.
Yeah, it's that time.
I mean, demons. Demons. Definitely demons. Demons was the thing.
It's that time of the year again. It's that time of the year again, folks.
Time of the year? This is an annual thing? Oh, no.
I mean,
I want to live in this world anymore where we have to talk about this every year.
Yep, this is the second year on the row. I also heard some people complain about that guy. Oh, okay. But yeah, if anyone, so this guy Lextorias made a video about Frieren, and it's called "The Moral Dilemma That Broke Frieren," and in the implication from the thumbnail is that it involves the demons arc and how the demons fit into the story.
Before we get started, are you familiar with this guy at all, Lextorias? Because
I never watched him before.
That is okay. So we're in the same boat. So this is our first experience with this guy. So let's hope that this wasn't that this isn't a dud of a video, because otherwise we're gonna get some bad first impressions.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, who knows? He might actually have some, decent arguments. I've heard very little about the video itself. I haven't watched it. I never pre-game these things, guys. Usually I don't. Obviously, I love Frieren as a story. I think it's one of the best anime that has come out in the past 5 years. And I think a lot of the conversation surrounding demons, particularly from people who are against their, implementation of the story, kind of lost the plot. Low key, a little but high key, but low key, but high key though. He kind of get a little lost in the weeds. They contracted extra credit syndrome in a way. But hopefully this guy might actually offer something a little different.
Hopefully. Oh. Yes, one can hope.
However that usually sounds. I feel like that's about how it usually sounds in that.
I've not seen Samurai Jack in a long time. I just know the memes. I just remember a lot of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so
I'm ready whenever you are.
Yeah, and of course, some details might be a little bit sparse since it's been a while since I've gotten a chance to rewatch the show, but I've watched it several times. I have a video talking about the Frieren Demons arc, at least in the anime. I'm the most familiar with that, and of course, I read ahead in the manga because let me tell you guys, the mocked arc in the manga is one of the best that Frieren's had. Once this shit comes out in season 2, not if, when, that will probably push this show to anime of that year. So if none of y'all want any spoilers, get the fuck out. Because more than likely to debunk this dude's argument, I'm gonna have to let out a little bit more of the floodgates here.
Speaking of season, we've not gotten any confirmation dates for season 2 yet, have we?
Yeah, not a date. We know that it's in production. We know that much, obviously, because this was such a huge success. But yeah,
but I want it now. Just start singing. I want today. I want tomorrow. I want it now.
I know, right? Dang. Okay, see you, Relic. Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, have a good one. Stay platinum, buddy.
Right.
All right. Do you want to go to full screen because we can?
Had to cover this vid a few days ago, but I couldn't sit through this whole thing. Oh, really? Who?
Oh boy. I hope it's not that bad.
If we're complaining that demons are evil, then every show with evil demons like Fairy Tail should be complained about. I mean, well,
Like, I'm just like, I shouldn't be making these kinds of complaints yet because, you know what? No, I'm going to hold off. I'm going to control myself until we actually get into the video. Speaking of, do you want to go to full screen? Because we can see your window.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know how to go full screen on Watch Together, though.
Press F. If you go to the window, just like click anywhere on that window and then press F, it should go to full screen.
That's so weird. Okay. I'm guessing y'all can see it as a full window, right?
I'm waiting for the stream to get caught up. Since it's like there's a little bit of a delay. Yeah, it's on full screen now. Okay, cool. We are good to go.
Cool. All right. Well, without a further, he's called Necro13. Oh, I heard of that guy. I didn't know he knew about this video. He's sort of like a Necro13 is a I know he's a nanny tuber who's been around for a while, kinda edgy, kinda more than kinda.
Oh, okay. So that's not the guy that we're looking at now. This is someone else.
No. No. Fies is saying somebody else responded to this guy.
I see.
And Neko 13 is their name. They're like a sort of like a very I guess on again off again kind of anti-tuber. He kind of just does his own thing.
I'm looking at their channel. I'm not seeing like anything like in the past 10 days that to respond to this specifically. Maybe they have like another channel.
Oh, I think they said Fi said that he watched it on Twitch.
Oh, okay, that would make sense. All right.
Hope you never see Lorge's opinion on Vi and Jigs. That's a Boldo. That is a different subject. Okay. Let's not get sidetracked.
I'm not ready to talk about Arcane yet. Can we wait until Tuesday?
Yeah, we'll wait until Tuesday in the next Tuesday podcast.
Yeah, go subscribe to Celtic Phoenix to hear us talk about Arcane every Tuesday, and go fucking sponsoring his Patreon, and he's not even here. God damn it. All right, anyways.
Yeah, instead support my Patreon so you can get access to the Discord server.
All right, do we want to jump right into this?
Yeah,
is there anything else? Let's
just jump right in.
On Journey's End. This is a...
What the hell? The hell happened?
Is it not playing on your end? It's not playing on mine either.
Yeah, every time I play...
On Journey's End.
It just resets back.
Oh, I pressed play. Did it play on your end?
Oh, I think we pressed... Did we press play on the same time? Hold on.
No? Or is it only working for me? Hold on. Try pressing play again.
To see Adventure Show.
Yeah, I think it's only working for you, because for some reason, whenever I like...
Alright, let me try. Oh, well... Oh, did you pause at that time? Or... Oh, shoot.
No,
what is happening?
I didn't touch it.
Watch together. What are you doing?
Yeah, what the hell is going on? How do I get out of this? I know F is like...
Oh, yeah, hit, like, escape.
Oh, escape, okay.
Escape.
Frieren Beyond Journey's End. This is a fantasy adventure show about a really old elf girl that started airing last year to massive amounts of fanfare, and immediately became one of the most highly regarded anime of recent memory. And having watched it...
Wait, the audio has kind of an echo? Where is it coming from? Because I have the desktop audio muted. I have this audio open.
Yeah, it does have an echo. Oh, no!
I mean, it's what happened last stream. It isn't like a huge deal breaker, I hope. But it is really weird how that usually happens. I don't know why. I'm guessing that you have headphones.
Oh, yeah. So... I have headphones. That's not... You're not hearing it on my end.
Yeah, it's not coming from me. I don't think. I don't know, guys. I have no idea where it comes from. We're gonna have to just brace through it, to be honest.
Are we? I mean, can we maybe... Is there maybe like a way that we can figure it out? God damn, I feel... I mean...
Let me see. Actually, hold on. Let me play it one more time, and let me see where the audio might be coming from.
Frieren Beyond Journey's End. This is a fantasy adventure show about a really old elf girl that started airing last year to massive amounts
of... Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's also coming from Discord audio, but I have no idea how that's happening.
And you're not sharing your... Okay. I mean, is there a way that you can change your audio capture to like a specific... Like, is your audio capture only capturing the audio from your browser?
Well, it's capturing audio from my browser and my Discord, which is how they hear you. But the audio is picking up on both of those ends.
What if you muted your browser?
Picking it up.
What if you muted the audio coming in from your browser? Like, if it's coming from my end anyways.
Browser, yeah, you may as well. Okay.
We'll see if that's if that's what's causing the echo.
All right, one more time, guys.
Frieren Beyond Journey's End. This is a fantasy adventure show about a really old elf girl that started airing last year to massive amounts of fanfare, and immediately became one of the most highly regarded anime of recent memory.
All right, how was that, guys?
Yeah, it seems like the echo is gone now.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, that seems to have fixed it.
I have no idea how the fuck does
All
Discord
right.
manage to pick this up.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Whatever. Anyway.
I don't get it either. Yeah. All right. You want to try going to full screen again, just so that because like the screen is probably like pretty small on their end, or do you think that will interfere with the pause play?
I have it.
All right.
I have it at full screen now.
Was airing, it kind of got stuck in my brain for almost definitely the wrong reasons. You see, on the surface, it's this very simple adventure story with a chill atmosphere that contemplates life and the importance of cherishing your time with other people. It is a
All right. Yeah, pretty good so far. I don't know.
very good first 3 episodes, which establish this deep emotional core to the show. It has some very simple and strong themes that nearly everything feeds into, and our main characters and their journey feels like it's heading towards a satisfying, if bittersweet, conclusion. And yet, on the other hand, I couldn't help but feel like it's basically just a shonen action battle story with a fantasy twist. Our hero is the most powerful person in the world, who spends a significant portion of the show fighting bad guys and proving how badass and cool she is, instead of going on that chill Iyashikei adventure.
I feel like this is a little bit reductive of some of like the character aspects of...
dude. Like, either during these fights, there are so many different character moments that happen aside from, isn't Frieren such a badass? Like, that whole thing with her fight between her and Aura revealed her backstory in regards to, okay, how do demons behave? How much she hates them because of the personal pain that they inflicted upon her. And her bond with Flom, the great mage or whatever.
Yeah, the introduction of the redheaded guy. His introduction was Stark's introduction was also like really like a lot of the kinds of stuff that really hooked me about Frieren was how it characterized a lot of the different, people. It wasn't like anything special, I suppose, but like it was still pretty solid for the most part. Especially like the 3 main cast. It felt very down to earth, and there is fighting in it, but the show really doesn't focus on it like as much as a lot of other compared to like a lot of other shows about overpowered protagonists. Like Overlord or what's the one about like the really edgy guy the really edgy isekai one?
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
I don't. Like, this one doesn't really have as big a focus on like fights specifically as it does just letting us get to know the other characters and the general world at large.
Also, of course, Frieren is not the most powerful in the world. She is significantly powerful, but a lot of that has to do with her experience. No, guys, Kirito isn't that edgy compared to...
No, not Kirito wasn't the one I was thinking of. It was one that came out, like, I want to say in the past couple years. Something Zero. Oh, no, Eminence in Shadow. Sorry,
Zero?
Eminence in Shadow.
It's not Re:Zero because Subaru isn't overpowered as far as...
No, I lied. I gaslit myself into thinking that it had Zero somewhere in the name. But no, it was Eminence in Shadow. I'm sorry. I got so bored with that anime. I don't like if it gets better or if it's like a so bad it's good. I probably won't get to experience it. I dropped it a couple episodes in. I just couldn't.
Yeah. Oh, Flom, I despair that such a goddess is dead. Dude, she was voiced by Motoko Kusanagi, dog, and she's dead. And she's dead now. It fucking sucks.
Okay.
The season even spending what feels like half its runtime on her just going through an elaborate Naruto-esque exam arc. To make it clear, I have problems with the show. I had them while it was airing, but I couldn't quite figure out where they were coming from, because I didn't want to dislike it. After all, it's highly praised and universally beloved and the #1 anime on my anime list by such an absurd amount that it might stay there.
Wait, One Piece also beat Brotherhood at some point? I mean, I guess it's not...
the One Piece fan letter.
Interesting.
Thing.
No, I mean, good for them. It's always cool to see something else beat out Brotherhood at some point. Not to knock Brotherhood, it's just... Nice that there are some others that can get that high.
Yeah, Maverick Hunter Zero. No, we never got that far. But like, yeah, and again, he's being so reductive towards the exam arc, because it's also in that arc where we got to learn about the other characters that tend to be periodically relevant throughout the series in the fucking future, and we have a greater understanding of how magic works, which also factors into later events.
Yeah,
and
like a big thing about
understand how the world works. Of course, there would be an exam, you know, where a bunch of mages would have to prove themselves to be a part of the state. Like, what?
And a lot of that, like, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of that arc is focused on all of the other characters except for Frieren. You get to like see a lot of these other kinds of characters. You get to see them kind of like dropped into this
like,
you know,
Denke?
area.
The old guy. You learn about the dude, the two people he was partnered with, especially that guy who owns the shop. You learn a lot about that silver-haired dude, and of course, Yubel.
Yubel and the guy with the glasses. Not the other guy with the glasses, but like
Not
the
Doug
you know who
Walker.
I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh god.
Hey, Night Hunter, you haven't missed a lot. We're a minute in the video, and this guy is being reductive about the show being slow-paced, but at the same time having a decent amount of action. Where it's like, I mean, that doesn't really clash. Like, both are paced out pretty evenly. So I have no idea why that's a complaint. Maybe it's just a preference thing, dude. Like, if you want something that has no action at all, I don't know, man. Watch freaking Mushishi or something. Figures. Fucking figures. Actually, it's funny. My very first episode of the Newtypes Podcast, one of the shows we talked about was Mushishi, because I recently watched it at that time.
I think I had that on my list a little while ago at one point. Worth a watch?
Yeah, absolutely.
You recommend? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
check it out at some point.
Show.
Therefore, its premise and story is right up my alley. It's exam arc, and I love powerful One Punch Man type characters and fantasy action. So when I was watching it and it wasn't working for me, I feel like maybe I just wasn't getting it. Maybe there's something I was missing. So I left it alone, and I stopped thinking about it. Up until about 9 months later, when I made a tweet about how the demons in the show are kind of weird, and people sent me death threats. So now I get to use the power of my YouTube channel to prove my...
Somehow I think you said a little bit more than that they were a little weird. I mean, you know, like...
Look, if people had sent him death threats because of this whole thing, yeah, that's fucking stupid. You know, you shouldn't fucking do that.
That's...
Don't... God.
Yeah. Just to clarify, that's bad. That's bad.
That's bad. Okay. You know, death threats are bad. Okay. You know, death threats was bad. But no, jokes aside, that's fucked up. You shouldn't do this shit over a fucking cartoon. That's brain dead. That's maverick ass behavior. All right. Yeah. And we don't abide by that.
Hope we don't have to like tell you guys this. Don't go harass this guy. Don't especially don't go send him death threats. Just be chill.
However, it is kind of weird how he doesn't, bring up any of these tweets that are supposedly doing so.
Well, maybe we'll see them. Maybe we'll see them a little bit.
Hopefully.
I'm
like,
sure
not to say that you necessarily have to, but it feels less, I don't know, less like a spiteful thing, I guess. Like, it makes us understand that, okay, this whole thing actually happened. It's one thing to say that it happens because... okay, it's the internet, you start an argument, people are going to act crazy towards you. But it's another thing to actually show people a process. See how the sausage is made.
Well, we're only like a minute and a half in, so like this is probably just his introduction. So maybe we will see a little bit more about his reasoning in a little bit.
I'm pretty sure most of those people are criticizing his tweets. I mean, I don't know. I have no freaking idea what they did.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing is that like, because, there is a difference that some people are not always able to make between genuine criticism and harassment, and sometimes people want to veil criticism as harassment. Not to say that is something that is happening, but we're gonna have to see the context of like these kinds of things. And again, we got 41 more minutes. 51 more minutes left. So I mean, yeah, no, I got. Sorry, it's off by 10 minutes. No, we got almost a full hour here. All right.
Woo! All right.
But yeah, hopefully we will
see.
Hoping this isn't copyrighted music. Hopefully.
First of all, spoilers for basically the entire story. I'm going to talk about just the show for the first part before getting into the manga, but I do need to talk about the manga. It is important to the video. So if you haven't read
at least he's going to address
you're probably not going to want to watch to the end. If you're unfamiliar, the main plot of Frieren is that our main protagonist, Frieren, is a several thousand-year-old elf who is part of the legendary heroes party that killed the Demon King, who once threatened the entire world. This is something that most fantasy adventure stories of this type build towards over the whole show, and here they do it off-screen right at the beginning.
I don't want to... Okay, because, like, I hope that he's not saying that's a criticism of it. Because, like, you can make a story about, like, past a really big battle.
Sure.
You can make the rest of the story about something past that. I mean, okay, because I'm getting like vibes that is supposed to be that, like, it kind of sounds very criticism of like, oh, look at the story that is actually, I think I may, no. I'm probably reading into it too much. I'm gonna assume that he's just pointing that out and he's not criticizing that aspect.
Yeah.
Then about Frieren watching the hero's party die of old age because she's an immortal elf, and then at the behest of her last remaining party member, she takes up a new apprentice and forms a new party to head back to the Demon King's lair, in search for the entrance to the
Wait a
afterlife.
second, hold on.
Elf, and then at the behest of her last remaining party member, she...
Wait, Hyder was not the last remaining party member?
No.
Eisen is still alive!
Yeah, the dwarf dude!
Yeah, Eisen,
dude.
The dwarf. He's still alive!
Only one member of their party died.
Yeah, but it was Himmel and then Hyder. What? Oh no, man.
She takes this and forms a new party to head back to the Demon King's lair, in search for the entrance to the afterlife. Frieren and her new party, Fern and Stark, go on this long adventure that retraces the heroes' party's steps, stopping at all the towns and villages they originally stopped at, so we can see how things changed over time, or rather, how Frieren didn't. And through this journey beyond Journey's End, we get to see her and her new companions develop and grow, as this emotionless elf girl starts to value the people around her. But like I said, the actual real plot, the bulk of what we spend our time doing, is seeing Frieren and her party fight enemies, mostly in this kind
Can you necessarily say that's true?
No,
Is that...
Not really. Like, I mean, it's half and half, honestly. Like, you can have a story that has both of these aspects. If anything, that's what makes Frieren interesting, because it's able to balance them so well. Like, if you can't, not every show has to be one thing or the other. Where are you, fucking Lily Orchard, dude?
Well, let's not pull out the Lily Orchard comparisons just yet until we know that he's like, so far, at least as far as the summary goes, it's, pretty all right. I do think, like, it is a little bit, because I want to say there were at least a couple episodes where there really wasn't any fighting at all.
No, I'm pretty sure the majority of the show doesn't. Like, freaking, the arc where the demons were, there's the Qualm fight that obviously happened. That's in, like, episode 4 or something. Then there is when Stark shows up, which, he's a warrior. There's gonna be fucking fighting in it.
And also, like, in that episode, it was really just, like, the one dragon fight. And, like, even that really didn't... Like, it was really well animated.
Just a character study about Stark himself.
Yeah, I feel like... I mean, there are... I guess... Because it has been a little bit since I've seen Frieren, I suppose. So, like, there could be more episodes with fights in them, but a good majority of them that do have fights, the fights don't even take up a good majority of that episode.
No, exactly. The most of the fights, especially in the first half of the show, the first fucking half, do not last longer than 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah. Partially because they have this overpowered character on their side.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, dude. A freaking fantasy story where the hero's party defeated Demon King is probably gonna have some fights in it. I have zero idea why the hell that wasn't even in the back of your head. Like, this is
Keep
ridiculous. Like, if I were to pull a freaking, what's his name, random film talk right now and actually go scene by scene, minute by minute, the ratio to figure out the exact ratio between fights and non-fights in the show, the non-fights would overwhelmingly freaking win.
Oh, for sure. Completely.
Especially
like even
since, oh god.
Like even in some of the, I want to say that even in like when they were going through the maze, there were like a couple of, decent action parts, but a lot of it was just them kind of like trying to figure things out. Like there was a good part of that part of the anime where they were just trying to decide who's like who goes in first and which part of the labyrinth they go into and
the bulk of it is strategizing and explaining how the power system works, which feeds into the characters, because the interesting thing about magic is that it depends on visualization and all that kind of shit. So each unique spell that we see the characters use tells us something about them and how they work as people. Like, I have no idea why that doesn't engage you at all. Maybe you should stop watching a whole bunch of shonen anime, which, by the way, Frieren is a fucking shonen too. It was made in their goddamn magazine.
Yeah, but I think the main point here is that I feel like he's overblowing just how much of the show is action.
Yeah. It's like a rival. It's like he says it's like if I went to World Trigger and complained that there was downtime in between fights. Fucking exactly, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously. Crazy.
Format, we head off to related. We then solve said problem by killing said monster and move on to the next location. We might slow down while the party is traveling and meet new characters and go on fun side quests, but that's usually in between these long arcs where they stop dead in their tracks to deal with some big threat. And
what?
Okay,
now this dude is so we're lying now. That's what we're doing. So we're fucking lying. Dude, in the first half of the show, the only long arc, quote unquote, that has an extended fight is the Aura arc, where we actually get to meet Aura and engage with the actual demons for, well, the second time, but the first real time, when we actually get to explain what the demons are. That shit was like, what, 3 episodes? And only third episode where we have an extended fight between them?
Does he mean like that there are a bunch of episodes in between actual arcs? So like in between the Aura arc and the actual exam arc, there's like a bunch of episodes that, hold on, how did he, I hesitate to like ask us to rewind when we're only like 3.5 minutes in.
Let's do it. Let's get his exact wording.
Off to a new location, find they,
hold on.
And we get to see her and her row. As said, the actual real plot, the bulk of what we spend our time doing, is seeing Frieren and her party fight enemies. Mostly in this kind of episodic adventure
that is
format.
Not.
We head off to a new location, find they have some problem, typically monster related. We then solve said problem by killing said monster and move on to the next location. We might slow down.
Yeah, we're just gonna skip over like all the
characters and go on.
Yeah, we're just gonna completely skip over all the other shit. Like, dude, there have been only, like, a couple of episodes before, in between, what was it? Like, okay, so in the first half of season 1, the extended fight section is at the end, where we meet Aura. Before that, there's only been the fight against, the illusion demon. There's Qualm. There's the plant dude. Actually,
yeah,
I feel like that's
the one that he's using. Well, that's also the image that he's in. I think that's the one that he's showing right here. Is that one? So, what do you remember about that arc? If you can,
in that arc, that's the first time they met Sign, and most of that was spent learning about Sign himself and why clerics are useful in this world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, he says that in a majority of the Sign section had very little fighting in it. Are you serious? That's like 3 episodes with this character. And there were barely any actual fights in them. Am I crazy?
I mean, like, so far, yeah, like, this dude... all right. It's like, we're not at, like, the bad takes yet. We're just at, like, some really reductive takes, I feel, so far. Yeah. Just some very untrue takes. But, well...
there is only fighting and bossing.
There is only war and bossing, say.
And also,
here we're
right,
not
rival.
safe. Here we're not free.
You know what? You're right, rival. Even if that is the case, let's say hypothetically, okay, I'm Kaiser Shapiro. Let's say hypothetically that you are absolutely right, that a majority of this show are a bunch of fights. Are these fights compelling? Do they have interesting character moments? Is the directing good? By all accounts, all answers seem to be yes. So what the hell is the problem? Imagine talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender and only talking about the eclipse, but skipping Zuko's part in the goodbye section at the end. That's what this feels like. Exactly, dude.
Well, in fairness, we're only like a couple minutes in, but like to me, it's like talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender, and you say it's mostly fights with just filler in between the fights. It's like, okay, hold on. There are fights in Avatar,
dude,
but like that is not the majority of what's happening here.
Like, dude, I am struggling to even remember how many fights are even in Frieren, especially the first half. But I can tell you all about the side quest stuff. I can even give you all that shit in order. The first 3 episodes were spent with Fern and Frieren bonding. And there were only like 2 fights on screen, if that. Maybe 3. Maybe.
Here's the thing, like, and also using the whole, like, the arc where we meet Sign is kind of a weird thing to invoke when trying to make this argument. When, like, a thing about Sign's character and, like, how he, his relationship to his brother, feeling that he needs to stay alive for his village's sake and for his brother's sake is all, you know, that stuff is arguably much more compelling and, like, you know, hinted at much more and focused on more.
Which is why it takes up more of the episode. Like, what in the fuck?
All right, I'm not going to pretend like I have the best memory of Frieren, because I was watching it back when it was airing. I've seen, like, little bits and pieces of it since then. But, I mean, I don't know how you say that you've watched it and you, like, the most that you got out of it were the fight scenes.
I don't understand what this dude's getting at. Is he saying it's bad for Frieren to be about the cast journey and occasionally defeating monsters? He is overplaying how many fights happen. And in fairness... yeah, go ahead.
Well, no. Rock, paper, scissors. You go first.
I'm saying, like, he is overinflating how many fights there are in the show.
Yeah, in fairness, we haven't gotten to his point yet. We haven't gotten to, like, what his arguments are yet. We're only 3.5 minutes in.
Typically monster related. We then solve said problem by killing said monster and move on to the next location. We might slow down while the party is traveling and meet new characters and go on fun side quests, but that's usually in between these long arcs where they stop dead in their tracks to deal with some big threat. And
there have only been 2
what do you mean stop dead in their tracks? What?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? There have only been 2. Literally 2.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I want to ask him, like, what do you mean stop dead in their tracks? Like, stopping from what? Stop it, like, they stop themselves from doing what? Like, traveling to the place that they're going to? Like, is that what he's saying that they are stopping for? Because, like, isn't that kind of the point? Is that, like, the journey to... Surely you wouldn't just want, like, one long anime about them just walking and traveling and just... You want to see, like, all the stuff that they do in between, all the journeys and adventures that they have. Like, of course you want them to stop every now... Because the show would just be an utter bore if it was just hours and hours of them traveling to the Demon Lord's castle. But I don't know what he means by stop dead in their tracks.
I have no idea either. Like, maybe this would make sense if he clarified that he's talking about the series as a whole, including the anime and the manga, instead of just the anime. Maybe that's what he means. In which case, the thing is 138 chapters, my guy. Of freaking course, there's going to be moments in the story where we're going to have the characters fight demons, because this is a show where demons also fucking exist. Like, seriously, I have no idea why that's a problem, especially when some of the best character work in the show are in the fights.
Well, I feel like what he's trying to say is that, like, the fights, isn't that, like, the existence of fight, it isn't the presence of fights, but that there are just a lot. Well, even then, I don't know if, I feel like part of this is also, like, kind of our fault, is that, you know, we need to listen to it a little bit more, because I feel like I've heard, maybe it's just overexposure to Lily Orchard. I've heard worse takes than this so far. I'm just trying to figure out what his perspective is.
No, I understand that. Like, I'm not saying that he's as bad as she is. I'm saying that he's pulling the same. I'm sensing. I'm precogging. He's pulling something very similar here.
Let's find out.
Even if Frieren had as many fights as he said it did, he's more or less complaining about the standard shonen formula. Also complaining about how fights can also progress the story. Exactly.
Did it play on your end? It's not playing for me.
It's not playing for me either.
Let me
froze, I think. Hold on, guys. Sorry, just scuff things. Just scuff
Are
stuff.
demons
All right. I think we skipped ahead, so let's
roam the land?
I mean, is that true? Because, like, okay, there's this guy, I forget his name, and then there was the Aura arc, which was like, Qualm, and then there was the Aura arc, which was 5 episodes. I don't think you can really say that a majority of the enemies were demons. It was, unless he's talking about the manga.
Yeah, unless he's talking.
But like that would just also kind of depend on how much. Like I don't know anything about that. How much do they fight demons in the manga past where the anime is at? Would you say that that's like the majority of who they fight against are demons?
Not really.
Or
A majority
what would you say about that?
of who they usually fight. Now, I haven't read all of the manga. To clarify, for full transparency, I haven't read all of it. But a majority of the people they tend to fight, at least I guess if that I have to have a ratio, I suppose, half are demons, but they're not exactly super frequent. And the other half is just fighting monsters. Like, after this arc, there is one fight where they fight a demon, which doesn't really last a whole chapter, I don't think. There is another fight that happens in the El Dorado arc, obviously. Spam phone call. And then there is another arc where we get further introduced to one of the characters that was introduced in the exam arc. Actually, 2 characters that were introduced in the exam arc, where we also fight a demon. But in between that, there were like several chapters of the characters either just doing mundane stuff, character stuff, or fighting a monster for like a couple of pages.
Wait,
that's about
which demon did they fight in the exam arc? Was that in the first exam when they were all trapped inside
No. Like, no. I'm not saying that there was a demon in the exam arc. I'm saying that there were a couple of characters that were introduced in the exam arc.
Oh, I see.
That we get further, characterization for, and a latter arc in the story where they also fight a demon.
Okay, but as far as like actual demons, like as far as our characters actually fighting demons,
it's not that many.
Yeah, it's just the Aura arc, and then there was this guy who he throws up on screen a little bit later. I want to say, there's really not anyone else. Yeah,
Qualm like appeared early on in the story. Remember with the whole Zoltrack?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, because that's the guy who he throws up on screen a little bit. I just couldn't remember the name. Qualm, and then there was Aura, or the Aura arc. I mean. Yeah. Which is like what, 6 or 7 episodes?
It was one episode. It was one fight in one episode. Then Aura were 3 episodes. I think at most 3 episodes. Only one of which have any extended fight scenes.
Let's keep listening to him. Maybe he might explain himself a little bit more. Maybe we'll get a little bit more.
I hope so.
We might slow down while the party is traveling and meet new characters and go on fun side quests, but that's usually in between these long arcs where they stop dead in their tracks to deal with some big threat. And the most popular thing for the party to fight in this show, by far, are demons. Leftovers from the Demon King's army who kind of roam the land and cause problems, and who Frieren just loves killing. Like, a lot. Like, maybe the most important thing about her besides being an elf is that she loves killing demons. Her tragic...
I don't know if, like, you can say that I don't know if you can say that, like...
What?
I mean, okay, like, yeah, she definitely... There is definitely an aspect about, like, killing demons that, like, is core to her character. And that is something that she's heavily motivated from. But I wouldn't say that, like, she enjoys... I wouldn't say that's
the second most important thing about her, either.
Yeah.
And, of course, the idea of enjoying, like, killing them is another... thing. It's more so that it's her instinct that she's beaten into herself because of trauma. But also the second most important aspect of Frieren's character is her love, let's be honest, love for Himmel.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing. That's like that is number 2.
If anything, like, because of the sheer lack of demons in the show, I almost feel like her quirky obsession with finding new tomes is actually slightly more of a prominent character trait than her hatred of demons.
Correct, because her hatred of demons in the anime, at the very least, only appears for, like, a few episodes out of 24.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's only present when, like, there are demons around, because that's the only time when the story has the chance to actually, show that aspect of her character.
It's ridiculous.
But I mean, if you're under the assumption that the majority of the fights in the anime are demons, I guess I can understand why you think that. It's still wrong, but I can understand how you reach that conclusion.
Yeah,
I guess.
Seriously. Compared to 40K, Frieren is a pacifist when killing demons. I mean, when you put it that way, I feel like the scale is a little off. Kinda, sorta, Mostly Desmond, yeah, but right now is another mage from a separate kingdom. Yeah, okay. I wouldn't say she enjoys killing demons. She obviously enjoys grimoires more. Yeah, her love for magic. Dude, we spent so much time having us explore Frieren's love for magic. She doesn't even pick up attack magic for most of the story. She picks up just knick-knack stuff.
Hey, this is a potion that, like, if you pour it, it dissolves clothing. You give this to a guy and, like, they just love it. I forget what the meme is. It's like she just loves magical artifacts. She's not going out of her way being like, hey, where are demons? She's not like the Goblin Slayer, but for demons.
Right.
At least she is not like
in the sense that she pursues them. Like,
you would think that if this is something that is so core to her character, we would see her actively seeking out demons, trying to find demons, but that's really not something that she does. She's asking for, like, grimoires and magical items, finding new kind of spells. That's arguably a much bigger part of her character than wanting to, like, hating demons is, like, a big part of her character, but, like, it's not the biggest. Really, because it's not
the top 3.
Yeah. She is not heavily motivated by that as she is motivated by other things in the anime.
Yeah, that's not the core. That's not the core of the character. That's not that's an attribute of the character, but that's not the nougaty goodness inside. Right? Of the Twinkie that is her. Anyway. Sorry.
Really trained to do magic. The most important thing about her besides being an elf is that she loves killing demons.
Here's another thing. Okay, also, like, forgive me if I'm misremembering, but, like, didn't she need to be talked into joining Himmel and his party to go fight the Demon King?
Correct.
Yeah. So, like, for someone who apparently is so heavily motivated to kill demons, you would think would, like, jump at the opportunity to kill the Demon King. In fact, you'd think that she would already be doing that.
Yep. But she didn't feel that she was ready, or that she didn't think that Himmel would be able to accomplish that. That's
so she's been specially trained to do. Not only has she killed the most demons out of
what the hell?
Demons. Her tragic backed village and killed her people, so she's been specially trained to do magic to be able to kill them. And not only has she killed the most demons out of anyone in history, but she has become so famous for this that her nickname among demons is Frieren the Slayer, which, if you didn't know, is the Japanese title of the show.
Well, that's not the only Japanese title. It's Frieren Beyond Journey.
So this show is
Yeah, like you forget the Beyond Journey's End part.
I mean,
I partially named after this.
Whatever. Hold on. I think there's like a.
Are you pausing it on your end when you're talking, or am I? Because I noticed it keeps playing on my end when you were talking something.
All right, it's a pun title. Can both mean to bury or to send off. Okay, yeah. So at least he understands like the meme, right?
So this show is at least partially named after this girl's love of killing demons, because
again, you were really over-exaggerating.
Again,
overplaying things.
Let's just roids up this aspect of Frieren's character. Fuck it.
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like maybe we'll hear a little bit. God, he sounds really wrong right now, but
Slayer mentioned. I mean, even if he comes up with a better argument later, we can still say that his framing of things is kind of bad, because how you frame a story and how you're able to recap that to your audience tells us a lot about your skills as a reviewer or a video analyst or whatever, right? Like it would be like me saying that, I don't know, Dragon Ball is like, yes, Goku in Dragon Ball, he loves fighting, but even more than that, he loves food, that's just wrong. That's just factually wrong.
I'm trying to think of like an anime that, cause like, it's hard for me to find something to like compare to Frieren that has like a decent amount of action in it, but also focuses much more on like non-action parts, and is also at least somewhat as known as Frieren that I could use as like an example. But like
that's not a show
like,
that you watched.
But like compared to most other shonen, compared to most other popular shonen, Frieren
100%.
really doesn't have a lot of action in it.
Yep.
I don't know how you reached this. How did you watch the same anime as us and it feels like you watched something completely different.
Yeah, it's like you watched it with your eyes closed.
But Kaiser, if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing's there at all?
But if you close your
eyes. Okay.
Took over the world after all. We meet and wiped out nearly 1/3 of humanity. They're the main antagonists of this story.
Oh wait, hold on. There was a subtitle there I
took
missed.
over the world after all. They destroyed the villages of seemingly half the characters we meet and wiped out nearly 1/3.
They reduced humanity to 1/3, so technically they wiped out 2/3. Oh, okay. He was just correcting himself.
Third of humanity. They're the main antagonists of this story. They're fantasy villains undeserving of any sympathy, who we're told should be killed without mercy. Or well, we're told that. Demons in Frieren are very strange creatures though, right off the bat. Because there is no like evil god or dark magic that really created them like in most fantasy settings.
That we're aware of.
That we're aware of.
You need to preface that because we really shouldn't be making these kinds of claims like until we understand, like, because does the Frieren manga even go into how the demons came to it? So there was a throwaway.
There is a line later in the El Dorado arc where Solitaire discusses like the possible reasons for demons existing and how evolution carried them there. And that there are hints that it might lead to something more in the future, but that's about all we got.
Yeah, because like in even in the Aura arc, I can't remember where, but I remembered watching this earlier today before we got into the stream. There was a part at some point where I want to say when Frieren was in prison, she was explaining how demons evolved from monsters that would cry help to lure in humans to, kill them. And they are basically an evolved species of those kinds of monsters that instead of just saying help to lure people in, they actually use language to create a false sense of security with humans themselves. So they evolved from other monsters.
Yes.
So like I guess the better question is, where do monsters come from?
Yeah.
And we don't even know where.
Watch.
Yeah, like we don't know really.
Yeah, but like I mean, even aside from that, like it's whatever. It's not that super important.
That demons in Frieren are very strange creatures, though, right off the bat, because there is no like evil god or dark magic that really created them, like in most fantasy settings.
This is okay. Hold on. No, actually, I want to talk about this
at all
here because I remember. Can you pause it for a second? It's not pausing. Sure. This was because like this is something that I brought up in like past discussions with you about Frieren before, is that it feels so often that the kinds of people who have problems with evil races in anything, not just Frieren, but like orcs or goblins or like anything in fantasy races, it feels like the thing that people have a problem with is just the lack of an explanation why these creatures are evil. Because no one has a problem with like the Terminators being mostly evil, and even they have exceptions. Even
but
like Terminator 2,
they're robots, not a wish.
It just feels like what people don't like isn't the existence of an evil race. They just want an explanation for it. But even when there isn't an explanation for it, they don't take that to mean that that there could be an explanation why they're evil, and we just don't know it yet.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's that the explanation for why they are evil isn't some incredibly complex intellectual backstory. In this case, we have an explanation as to why demons are the way they are. We spent 2 minutes explaining it. It's evolution.
Yeah, like that somewhat explains it, because like the evolutionary explanation just like kicks the ball down the road, because they evolved from other monsters that also used similar techniques to be able to lure in their prey, and they just have a much more their technique of luring in humans and is much more advanced, because now they can actually use language as a means of moral deception in a way, rather than just very general deception. It is a very complex way of using whatever monsters came before them used, and in that regard it makes sense. It's it just like kind of kicks. Well, even then, God, like even when you like paint it like that, I don't even know if you could necessarily say that like it's a bad thing that they are evil. Like if it is just
why is it bad? I don't. I mean, that depends on what he's talking about.
I guess we'll find out.
Also, Pete, I have seen someone complain about the evil Terminators and saying there might be nice Terminators. You're no.
Please tell me you're joking. Who are
no freaking shot?
I don't. No, you're lying, Josh. You're joshing me right now. You're joshing
You're
me.
drinking and joshing us now, right? Okay.
Please tell me that's not a real thing. No one said that.
Man.
No one said that it was a bad thing. That someone complaining about the. I'm
done, bro. I'm not lying. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? What is this world?
I want receipts, Josh. God damn it. I'm kidding, man.
Because there is no like evil god or dark magic that really created them, like in most fantasy settings. They seemingly don't have any connection to divinity at all. They're just a species of creature, same as everything else. And it's even revealed that they're a product of
a species of monster. To be clear, like they draw a very clear delineation between monsters and animals in Frieren. So, and I feel like that's kind of an important distinction, because monsters almost seem to universally be very, very dangerous and incompatible with humans in general, which I think is also an important thing to point out.
Why are people complaining about monsters?
Because they don't look like people, and because they don't have the same level of sentience. That's why. Because like if the demons looked more like demonic creatures from Doom 2016, people would feel less sympathy for them, saying, "Mommy, it hurts."
Yeah.
People would feel less sympathy for them, which is arguably the point.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, what the
Sit
fuck,
on that.
man?
Think on that for a bit.
Exactly. Hold on a sec. It's
biblical
I was
story that basically
it's a
just serves as a catch-all.
Sometimes whenever I like play it back again, it just kind of
Like, maybe we
skips ahead
shouldn't
a
be
little
making
bit.
like.
Oh, sorry. I think there was a
did you
connection
cut out?
issue.
Hello?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. But the Goblin Slayer video guy did have sympathy for the demons. God, don't remind me of that motherfucker. Oh my God. I am so glad he's not on YouTube anymore. I am so fucking glad. Jesus Christ. That dude was not, he wasn't just wrong. He is disgusting.
Oh, God. Did I see that video? What was that?
Yeah, that was the video that me, Twilight, and Jake the Surgeon were on.
Oh, okay. All right, I will have to find that video at some point because I don't believe I was there for that one.
Yeah, it's no problem. Like, it's very, very long, but that's because there was just so much to go over. And the guy is just really, really dumb and really, really bad at analyzing just anything. We literally have to, like...
In the manga, the demons are even worse. I will take your word on that because to my understanding, the demons a bigger antagonist past where we are in the anime and the manga in the El Dorado arc. They go into that a lot more. I am told that apparently the El Dorado arc actually supports the idea of demons not being evil and that Frieren is full of shit, but
it's almost like that's part of the subversive storytelling or something. Maybe we shouldn't judge the story based on the first appearance of this concept.
I got my thumb on that X button to doubt, and let me tell you, that's a very itchy thumb right there. Mm-hmm. Just saying, it's not pressing it, but it's very
like it introduces other interesting factors that may lead to that kind of stuff, which we'll probably go over a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
But fact of the matter is that so many people get turned off by this one arc that introduces the concepts of demons and how evil that they are. But of course, we understand that Frieren may not necessarily be a reliable narrator. We understand that. And even if she is, and ends up with her being right, as long as the story's told well, who gives a fuck?
But we are, as far as like we're made aware though, Frieren is kind of, I mean, again, you would have to correct me if like the El Dorado contradicts this. But like to my understanding,
there
her
are panels that sort of like, prove Frieren a little more right.
Yeah, well, like in this very scene that he's showing here, this scene in this episode, I remember distinctly. This is the one where this guy was reminiscing on how Frieren described them when they came into town. Yeah. That she said that demons only use words for deception and stuff like that. And he said, like, this scene right here is when he says, "Yup, that's a pretty accurate description of us demons. Not just us in general, of demons in general," is what he says.
Right.
Like straight from a demon himself, acknowledging that Frieren's views on demons are actually accurate, which is gonna throw a little wrench into this guy's argument, but we'll see where we go from here.
There are like, again, there are other aspects and factors that kind of come into the demon conversation, and it's meant to be simple at the start before we get more and more complex with each iteration of the idea, which is basic butt fucking storytelling.
Butt fucking storytelling, not just storytelling, but the butt fucking time of the butt fucking at time.
I'm talking about balls deep.
Oh, God.
All right, man.
really created them, like in most fantasy settings, they seemingly don't have any connection to divinity at all. They're just a species of creature, same as everything else. And it's even revealed that they're a product of evolution. So the name demon is really the only connection they have to like biblical demons. They are monsters though, a vague classification in the story that basically just serves as a catch-all for anything you're not supposed to feel bad about killing. Dragons, mimics, big fucking wolf things.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a reason for that. I wonder.
They're all monsters, which in the world of Frieren means they're evil, and they dissolve into mana upon death. It's this very video gamey way of basically telling the audience don't worry about it, and allows the author to paint the...
And I mean, like, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe, like, do you need to be, like, spelled out a specific reason as to why, you know, you should, like, do you need to wait until there is an explicit backstory about, like, how monsters came to be before you decide that you don't have to worry about these things being killed and them being, like, evil? Or can you, you know, can you interpret a reason, like, can you, like, read the subtext a bit to find out that, yeah, like, maybe there is a reason. Maybe these things were created in some way that is like, that makes them inherently evil in some way or shape or form. And then for that reason, you shouldn't have to worry about it. Like, do you have to wait until the story tells you that, like, the great god Xanarath created these creatures to, like, what do you need, like, some backstory as to why the one-eyed god Grummish created the orcs to
Biggie Smalls rose from the dead.
He's fucking mad that, like, the elf god stole his eye and was like, you know what, fuck you, I'm gonna create all these monsters to wreck your shit up. Like, do you have to wait until that before you can decide that, yeah, everything is okay? Because you don't know how monsters came to be. And if you're saying that the only problem that you have with this is that demons don't have any kind of creation myth that explains why they're evil, they don't have any connection to anything spiritually demonic, then, like, again, so long as you don't know how monsters...
They just, you know, they're not meant for you to, like, sympathize with. And, like...
Yeah.
If you don't enjoy it, fine, but you're not giving us anything as to why that's a bad thing. But
if all you're looking for is an explanation, why do you assume that there isn't an explanation? Like, could there be something that... What if monsters as a whole are related to something spiritually evil? What if they were created by some evil dark magic or, you know, evil god of some kind? Like, do we know how monsters came to be? Like, if that is really your only problem, why are you criticizing this before we actually... You know what? We're only 5.5 minutes in. I need to stop. I need to... Because we're going to be here forever. If we're already... God, we're already an hour in.
Yeah, let's keep trucking a little bit. Hold on a second. Sometimes when I'm...
And we're only 5 minutes. I need to just stop. All right, let's go.
Story that basically just serves as a catch-all for anything you're not supposed to feel bad about killing. Dragons, mimics, big fucking wolf things, they're all monsters, which in the world of Frieren means they're evil, and they dissolve into mana upon death. It's this very video gamey way of basically telling the audience don't worry about it, and allows the author to paint the world in a clear black and white, as these monsters serve as the...
I mean, not necessarily. There are shitty humans, and literally in the exam arc, they illustrate that, hey, to become a state mage, you have to be fucking insane. You have to be some kind of freaking sociopath.
Well, now we know how Ubel got in.
Yeah! Unironically!
Just fucking took elf lady, I forget what her name was, or his name, I actually don't remember. Just takes one look at Ubel, it's like, yeah, you know what, you're crazy enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like one of, well, I guess Flom's teacher. Like, why? It's not a clear black and white. Like, people do shitty things in Frieren's story as well. Sometimes. Like, of course, it's not shown as prominent, I suppose. But, like... The story still conveys its themes and its messages and its character writing in other ways. So why is this a problem? It's not showing... Like, it is showing a clear, I guess, black and white in a lot of these cases where we're fighting the demons. But it's not like the story isn't interesting in other ways. But fuck it, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Let's just.
It's this very video gamey way of basically telling the audience don't worry about it, and allows the author to paint the world in a clear black and white,
yes.
as these monsters serve as the fodder enemies we fight week after week. However, even from their introduction, demons are shown to be very different from every other monster we encounter in the story. Most importantly, by being much more intelligent. Dragons are said to be maybe the second most intelligent of the monsters, but they don't really do much to act like it, and things like mimics and beasts are just completely mindless. It is only in demons that we see actual human intelligence, and quite a lot of it. And when we first see demons,
I feel like there's a I'll let him make his argument. Hold on.
story, you might be surprised to see that they can express emotions and empathy and kindness.
He fell for it.
And boom goes
He fell for it. We're 6 minutes in. 6 minutes,
God.
18 seconds. Mark that on your mark that in the history books. It took 6 minutes, 18 seconds for the guy to fall for the very thing that everyone else did.
Yep.
He fell for the demon's tricks, man.
They do not have empathy. I agree
don't even
that
have
on
any.
some level, they can express emotion. I made a whole ass video about it.
They can mimic emotion, but
Yeah.
they can't. I'll let you finish. I was interrupting you.
Well, you're right though. They can mimic emotion and they can express emotion in certain
really
ways, in very
feel-
specific ways.
But how
they
does that
don't
make
have
you
empathy?
feel?
Yeah. How does it feel?
Yeah, how does it make you feel though?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't even know malice. They have no concept of malice. Literally their introduction is the opposite of what you're saying. They're shown that they don't have empathy, that they don't understand human emotion, and that they only mimic it using words in order for them to deceive and to lower the guard of those around them in order for them to prey on humans.
Yeah.
Like
there is. Oh god.
Rock, paper, scissors. You want for the record, like for anyone who's not aware of like if anyone is wondering why I keep saying rock, paper, scissors whenever I interrupt Kaiser, it's because for a long time I have a really bad habit of interrupting people, and I like to settle it with like a game of rock, paper, scissors, but we can't exactly do that over the call. However, Kaiser beat me in rock, paper, scissors pretty much every time when I met him in person at Otakon. So he gets priority automatically whenever I interrupt him.
It's set in stone until next Otakon.
Until next Otakon.
But I'm gonna have to go. Sorry again for the short time. No problem, Raichi. See you later.
Yeah, see you, man. Stay platinum.
Some coffee and tea is thanks for the time. No problem. You can feel free to watch back the stream later when you get the chance to. But yeah, like I said in my video, demons do have some level of emotions that they can express. Like, for example, they have deep pride in their magic, which makes sense because unlike with humans, most of the time, most demons focuses on all of their self and all of their being on mastering and comprehending the full scope of one spell. A single spell in their fucking arsenal, and they make that their entire fucking identity. They have a deep pride in that, in their ability to efficiently kill people.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's just one example. I have many more, but
But they've admitted in their very introduction, it is literally shown, it is told to us. And even the demons themselves admit that this is an accurate description of their behavior. Is that the only reason why they are able to speak, why they do speak human tongue, is for them to deceive other humans, to make them think that they can feel empathy for other humans when they really don't. Now, again, I'm sure that he's going to bring up Mocked at some point, and I'm not going to be able to comment on that a whole lot, but we'll get to that bridge once we get there. Until then, we'll keep it playing.
Yeah, gotcha.
You see,
sorry, that was me.
Actual human intelligence.
God damn it.
That was me again. Okay, I'll let you play it. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'll play it. I'll play it.
See actual human intelligence, and quite a lot of it. And when we first see demons in the story, you might be surprised to see that they can express emotions and empathy and kindness. They can speak with humans and
wait, when was kindness? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you gotta. When was
But
kindness?
eloquently, in fact, they seem to be pretty dang human themselves. You know, if you talk to any demon on the street, you would most definitely be fooled into thinking they're a race of sentient being, not a monster. And many people
he's
are
describing the
fooled.
subversion.
Yes,
because
you
it's a
are
trick.
fooled.
The way demons are explained
Yes.
to work in Frieren
Okay, here
is
we
a
go.
lot like mimics. This creature that I mentioned they evolved from was apparently something that could replicate human voices and cry for help, getting people to lower their guard to go after it, only to kill them. But demons evolved so much from that creature that they are now able to fully replicate humans. They look like humans, aside from the horns in their head, they can act like humans, even expressing complex emotions, and they can speak like humans and understand our language, but all in service of being able to kill us, all as part of a deception to lower our guard, as we're repeatedly told that demons are actually nothing more than wild beasts, savage monsters who will do anything to satiate their desire to kill. This description of demons as wild beasts is actually one that not only Frieren the character gives, but the demons agree with. I mean, in their introduction, one of them looks into the camera and says, yes, we are wild beasts. We just want to kill humans. Frieren is right about us. And their actions largely align with this, as in pretty much every subsequent encounter we have with them, they are lying or killing humans, usually resulting in Frieren stepping in to live up to her nickname. So the story makes it incredibly.
Okay, so I will just pausing here because I want to like admit, you know what, I may have underestimated this guy because I was not aware that I did not think that he was going to acknowledge this kind of stuff. So I'm curious where like his arguments against the show are going to come in.
Hasty. Maybe it was just bad wording on his part because he says they have empathy and they can express like they have emotions, but that's not really.
Yeah. So, all right, but yeah, no, at least we can acknowledge our faults on that part, but this is just all the more reason why I'm curious what his actual argument is going to be against demons.
Too much.
Incredibly clear very early on and tells us over and over again that demons are evil. Monsters that kill and eat people without remorse. Any bit of emotion or empathy they might show is just a part of their deception. So, if you see a demon on the street, you should kill them, because they're definitely going to kill you. Frieren actually wants to go so far as to eradicate them entirely. But the problem with this is that while the story is telling us they are mindless, immoral killing machines that warrant the protagonist wishing for their destruction, it often shows us something very different. And I'll just go over a few examples. The introduction to demons in the story begins with a group that is trying to make peace with the residents of a town that Frieren is visiting. Frieren actually sees them be welcomed into the town and moves to attack them before getting arrested.
Sorry, well, like when we play it for like a really long time, I want to make sure that we are still kind of like transformative a little bit, because like he's doing a good job so far, just kind of like explaining things and how they are. I think there's a little bit of like wording here and there that kind of like has, mixes things up a little bit, but I think we've moved past that. Them having empathy and kindness.
Like, okay, the story shows us another thing that might seem contradictory, but wouldn't you say that's the story's intention, though?
Yeah, well, we'll see, because like he's not made an argument yet. I just kind of want to sake of like transformative content, because I don't want to make it seem like we're mooching off of this guy. So
which is where we get the scene of her calling them wild beasts. And our introduction to the demon's trickery, which proves Frieren right, is when during the peace talks, one of the demons is threatened by someone over the death of their son, to which the demon responds by saying they too lost a father, which spares their life. Yet later, when it's just two demons alone together, one of them asks what a father even is, and they don't know. This is very clearly meant to be a reveal for the audience, an almost comically straightforward one, because again, immediately
that's right.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that.
After this, the demon sits down and tells the audience that they only speak human language to hunt and kill. But at the same time, with that knowledge, this is a scene that completely baffles me, because why would the other demon even bother to ask this question? One, this means that demons seemingly don't
What?
have their own language and just use human speech to talk to each other, even when humans aren't around, which directly contradicts them telling us there's only one reason they speak like humans. Two,
I mean, they can also use it to communicate with each other to make it effective at ultimately killing humans. That's why most of the time, whenever you see more than one, demon together, of course they would be conversating with each other because it's a temporary alliance at most of the time. Otherwise, demons are completely solitary. They're completely alone.
Is there ever a time when demons actually speak demonic? I can't remember if if they only ever speak the
I think they only
either
ever
English
speak
or
human language. But
okay.
Even aside from that, so he's wondering why this pink chick would want to ask this question. Gee, I don't know. Maybe she's asking this so that she can know, because if it worked for Lugner in this situation, maybe it'd be better if she understands what the hell it even is so that she can trick humans too.
Well, I think what he's getting at is if this is a trick that they use often, why would if they just use the words mother or father or these kinds of words that evoke emotions from humans that they don't have any concept for, would she not already know what that is?
That's a different question. Yeah, that's not what this guy said.
I don't reading into it too much because there's still a chance that she wouldn't know what a father is and would ask about it. If this is just about the delivery of this information as exposition not being the best, that's almost entirely divorced from the portrayal of demons itself. So I don't know if that can necessarily be classified as a. Let me listen to it one more time.
Knowledge. This is a scene that completely baffles me, because why would the other demon even bother to ask this question? One, this means that demons seemingly don't have their own language and just use human speech to talk to each other, even when humans aren't around, which directly contradicts them telling us there's only one reason they speak like humans.
So I'm actually not too opposed to that argument as far as because I think it would be kind of cool if there were times when demons were alone and they just spoke demonic and then we had subtitles for it. So I mean, what do you have an argument against that?
No, not in particular. If that's his issue with that, I guess I wouldn't necessarily have a problem there. Also, demons, it's utility. They naturally understand how to string together words to mean things. I don't know why they wouldn't use the language they know from birth. Yeah. There's also that.
Yeah,
and again, you have to understand, most demons are solitary. They don't usually work with other demons. The whole war against humans that is led by the Demon King's army and his cronies was completely unprecedented in this world's history.
I wonder if they actually have their own language.
As far as I know,
I wonder
sure if they do.
Because I wonder, actually, you know what? Maybe this criticism might be BS after all. Because, if human language is also needed for them to communicate with one another, that would be a reason why they're speaking to each other. If anything, that would just be a little bit that would just be a little bit misleading to say that the only reason why they speak human languages is to deceive humans when it's also used to communicate with one another, with other demons. I feel that I can understand that criticism in the sense that that should maybe also be specified, since it's not the only reason why they speak human languages. That could either be fixed by having them A, speak demonic when they are among other demons, or B, I think it's a small issue. I'm not going to be someone who says that Frieren is perfect. I also think that is kind of divorced. I feel that's
ultimately conversating with each other is mainly because relationships between demons are purely transactional. So obviously, in most of these transactional relationships, almost always directly lead to them killing humans anyway, and killing any threats to their kind. So if you interpret it from that sense, communicating with each other is still in service of killing humans anyway. Because that's always the ultimate goal.
2, if language is just a tool used to deceive, and they already picked up what a father was based on context clues, well enough to be able to use it in a conversation, why would they care what it means? The word has already served its purpose. They've already figured out how to use it effectively.
Okay,
well,
but if they don't know the meaning of a father, then it might come up in a conversation where they need to manipulate a human, and they'll get found out and they'll get fucked.
Yeah, like she's like, oh, look at Senpai Demon Man over here. I want what father is so I can use it to better. You did a pretty good job at like talking down that guy. Like he was gonna fucking kill you, and then you just said a couple words and you mentioned father, and he just like completely pussed out. Teach me how to do that. I want to learn how to like make humans lower their guards so I can kill them more easily.
Yeah, it's no different
Maybe she doesn't
from
know.
learning better arguments to fight with people on fucking Twitter.
Yeah,
you understand what the words mean so you can make better arguments against them.
Depending on how old this pink-haired demon girl is, I could maybe see this applying. Yeah, like being like, you know, okay, so you've been around for such a long time, and yet you know what, you know, father means, or like how to use that in a sentence. And I want to. Here's the thing too, is that like, I think. Because he still says he doesn't really know, or he doesn't really understand. Like, he doesn't give an explanation for it, I don't think. I think she is just, you know, asking about what he, like, because maybe she hasn't been using the word father as eloquently. And, like, maybe she is just impressed with the way that, you know, he uses it. And, maybe he understands. It's like, no, actually, I don't. I just know how to use it right.
Plus, there are times when demons are curious about human behavior anyway. Like, that's not completely outside of that realm.
Like, they didn't just develop the ability to speak human language out of the ether, surely.
Yeah.
Like, they would have had to have...
They still need to know things. They still need to learn things.
Yeah.
Where do you think all that intelligence comes from?
In human language.
Sorry, do you want to say something else? I didn't mean to... I should just let you, press play or pause from now on. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
That's fine.
Hello?
I'll just...
Did I lose you?
I think we cut out a tiny bit.
Yeah.
But it's alright. I understand what you meant.
2, if language is used to deceive, and use well enough to be able to use it in a conversation, why would they care?
Because she wasn't the one who used it in a sentence. He did. She didn't. You don't know that she knows what it is because she's not the one who used it in a sentence. He did. Yeah. He's the one who
don't automatically have all this knowledge in their head.
Well, it makes sense because she's not the one who used the word father. You can't assume that she knows what a father is. He did. So she assumes that he knows what a father is because she doesn't know and would want to know to better deceive humans like how he did here. She would, of course, want to... Like, actually, when you look at this scene, it actually makes quite a bit of sense why she would ask what a father is.
Has already served its purpose. They've already figured out how to use it effectively. To inquire about it further, they have a willingness to understand human language beyond just deception and out of genuine curiosity, which also directly contradicts what the demon tells us.
It doesn't contradict it though, because like if she didn't know about it, she would want to know about it in order to use it to deceive someone else.
Yeah, like literally, this dude is not thinking more than a single step ahead, which is the whole point of the freaking demons themselves.
Again, okay, I could see this argument applying if the guy, the long-haired pretty boy here was the one who was asking about it. Yeah, Lugner. If he was the one who asked about it when he already knows how to effectively use it, I could see this argument, applying.
Yes.
But he's not the one who asked. The one who was asking was the one who didn't use that in a sentence, so we can't assume that she understands how to best use that word in a sentence.
Each demon is different. Like
Yeah.
they are capable of the same things, but a lot like other intelligent life forms, their knowledge base is by and large, determined by their experience. And maybe this chick did not have the experience to where she needed to say father or further or use it in the way that Lugner needed to. She is capable of it, but she probably didn't know how to do it. And given how she is a physical fighter most of the time, yeah, that probably makes sense. She probably just cut someone up.
Probably.
Yeah. Anyway. God damn it. I hate the way this thing
Beyond.
It doesn't, but
well, sometimes whenever I pause, it just sort
Go
of
off.
like, oh, it's buffering. It's buffering. Okay.
Oh no. Oh, did we lose connection? Hello?
Yeah, I think we lost connection again. It's so weird. This doesn't usually happen when I stream.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we cut out for a little bit. I couldn't hear you for a while.
It's all right. I think the better choice will probably be for me to just pull up the video from my end and then share it from Discord. They should be able to hear it anyway. Let me just fetch it. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. What time were we at? Right, we were around like 10 minutes, yeah.
Hold on. Let me actually get the timestamp if I can. 9 minutes 57 seconds. Yeah, about 10 minutes.
Let me see. Where the hell? Hold on a sec.
Yeah, no problem.
I thought I already did.
I guess kind of talking about this a little bit more.
Yeah, conversate with chat a little.
Yeah, this guy isn't paying attention to the show. The show is showing and telling him information about the demons and doing it for the sake of preserving his I don't even think it's just about like the demons themselves. As we saw earlier, like he thought that a good majority of the show was just like fight scenes, and it really isn't.
Yeah,
it like if anything, for a shonen, there's like a surprising lack of fight scenes compared to a lot of other shonen of the same popularity.
Yeah.
Lore curse the stream. Yeah, I think that might have actually been the case. Shame Frieren doesn't have spells from stream scuffs. I am not familiar with that, but I will. I assume that is a funny joke. Line is canonically father. Lugner is canonically fatherless. Oh no, Line. Sorry, I was thinking of someone else. Is so she would never know what a father is. Yeah, like Kaiser said, fatherless behavior. The girl demon is apparently around 22. Okay, so she's much younger than Lugner, and it actually would make sense that she might not know what father is. Granted, now like this all depends because like 22 years is enough time for like a human to learn like language, but again, for a species that doesn't use language, well, they do use it to communicate with other demons, but if we assume that demons don't really converse with one another a whole lot,
yeah, like aside from each other, they don't like communicate with other beings other than to trick humans. They're usually on their own. So this demon
if not from other demons, then from humans.
Yeah. So this demon girl probably just spent most of her life just
like maybe the lingo of like what are these humans lingo these days. I think part of his dissonance is from the you're cutting in and out a little bit, Kaiser.
Oh, Oh, what?
Sorry, I
Did
keep hearing you cut in and out. I hope I'm not like interrupting you by accident, because like whenever you.
I didn't even hear you for a bit.
Oh.
But I think
okay.
you were just reading in chat, but it's fine.
I think I keep cutting out or something. Internet that demons are literally mindless rather than just sociopathic but intelligent beings with a bloodlust for humanity. Yeah, that's a very good way to put it, Kevin, I think. Is that like, because, yeah, just describing them as a generally sociopathic but intelligent, species of beings that also happens to prey on humanity is a very good way to describe them. I feel like it is again, I don't understand like why we have to limit ourselves to
nothing wrong with that.
Creatively to say that there is somehow an inherent problem with that. Pete, you just went totally silent for a second there. Oh, I did? Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading chat for a little bit while Kaiser was trying to get things pulled up. I think there might be some like internet issues while Kaiser's trying to get things up. If Line was asked what her father looks like, she would be screwed if she doesn't understand the word more. Yeah, exactly. If they got to understand what these kinds of words mean, or that kind of stuff. And even then, Lugner really didn't know what the word meant. I think I want to say that at the very end, he was like, "I got no idea what the word father."
He said he had no idea.
I just know how to use it. I want to say that's how it is. I'd have to look that up, but I don't want to leave you guys in silence accurately. Language is a tool that can be used correctly or incorrectly. Yeah, exactly.
No, am I back? Can you hear me, Pete?
Exactly.
Hello?
Kaiser, maybe they did have their own language, but it died out because it wasn't useful, so therefore inefficient. Here's the thing that I'm kind of wondering about, because like at least during the time when there was a demon king. Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. I was wondering if you could hear me for a bit, because I was trying to.
I think we keep cutting in and out for some reason. There's
okay. Hey, Bruce.
Some level of interference, but the Josh made an interesting point that maybe they did have their own language, but it died out because it wasn't useful and therefore inefficient. Here's the thing too, is it like, because I have some questions about like the world building of Frieren too.
Sure.
And I've not really like talked about it a whole lot because I'm not as passionate about Frieren as like a lot of other people that I know are. Is that I am kind of wondering, because like they did have a king at one point. So they had a hierarchy at one point. So they would need, and I mean, I guess if they just used human language to communicate with one another, like if the Demon King was something that like was created after if demons themselves for a long time were just solitary. Sorry, I'll let you go.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. I think I said this earlier. Maybe you didn't pick up or something.
Maybe
demons are usually solitary. Like
you said
99% of the time. The fact that the Demon King rose up and created a hierarchy and started going to war with the humans and the dwarves and the elves was completely unprecedented in this world society, in demon society. That never happened before.
And I'm willing to bet they probably use they probably use the English language, or just the common language, whatever they call their language in that world, in order for them to create communication with one another, because I'm sure they never really bothered to invent their own language to be able to do that, because they are solitary creatures.
They had to steal ours to fucking colonizing parasites.
Fucking copycat. Absolute that's the reason why all demons deserve to die. It's not because they're evil, they are incompatible with human societies, or that they constantly want to prey on us and deceive us. No, it's the fact that they're unoriginal. Make your own language. Why don't you?
Mediocre
assholes. Yeah.
Right.
Fucking bunch of unoriginal, mindless hacks. Can't even make their own alphabet.
Exactly.
Jeez.
They had to steal it from the ones who made it.
Let's see. Demons talk in semaphore. Semaphore? I'm not sure I know what that is.
Yeah, I
Sim.
think it might be a joke.
Semaphore. Oh, it's a visual programming system. Okay, this is something in. Oh, this the like flag waving.
Okay.
That's what it is. Okay. That's actually funny.
Yeah.
God, the idea that they would even like make sign language. In Halo, the Covenant speaks amongst themselves, mostly in English, to maintain fluency of humanite languages. The reason is for a tactical advantage in the war that they are fighting against humanity. Interesting.
Okay, I got it back. So I'm opening
you got it
now.
Kick ass.
So I can share it on Discord, and I will make a thingy for that thing.
Frieren Beyond Journey's End. This is a
It will probably be easier if you control the pause and stop. Well, pause and play in general.
Yeah, whenever you need me to, whenever you have like a point that you need to, you need to say, just let me know. It's fine.
Yeah. Couldn't we argue that they only speak at all for the purpose of killing humans and therefore don't have their own language? Yeah, exactly. Exactly what Magician of D said is that, if they are solitary creatures, then yeah, they wouldn't have a language if they don't really see a need for it. If it wasn't until the Demon King came along. And I've got the stream up so I can tell you if chat can see it or not.
No, don't worry. I'm changing it up now. Oh, shoot.
Gotcha.
I'm changing it up right
now. Also, demons are able to be curious in the world, so maybe she's just wondering about something of which she knows nothing. Yeah, exactly.
They do have some level of curiosity. Like, that's not completely contradictory. This guy is also not understanding, by the way, that Frieren herself is an unreliable narrator in some cases. And we don't know and by the world's own admission, we don't know every single thing about demons and their physiology. We know quite a bit, and there are quite a bit of things that, are stereotypical, like typical of demons, but that doesn't mean necessarily that that's everything that the show wants to tell us. Again, basic storytelling. Anyway.
Language is just a tool used to deceive, and they already picked up what a father was based on context clues well enough to be able to use it in a conversation. Why would they care what it means? The word has already served its purpose. They've already figured out how to use it effectively. To inquire about
it's lagging really bad on my end.
Yeah, I think it might be your
connection. Okay, never mind. It got a little bit better, I think.
Okay.
Maybe. All right. Yeah, let's keep trying. But
it further means they have a willingness to understand human language beyond just deception and out of genuine curiosity, which also directly contradicts what the demon tells us. In that same chapter, actually, the big flashback we're given to drive the nail in the coffin that demons are evil begins with...
It's like lagging so much on it, I think.
Okay, maybe restart
based on the
Discord on your end and then
come
back.
Never mind. I think it's better.
And I feel like there's a delay between
I don't think
some things that you say.
I don't think I'm gonna be of much help. I mean I'll stick around. Try
to restart Discord if you can. Like it's not gonna fuck anything up.
Yeah, all right. I'll be right back then.
Okay. It's just you and me, chat. It's just you and me. Is you is or is you ain't my chatty. Alrighty. How's everybody doing? I know my chair is squeaky. I've had this gaming chair for like, I want to say 4 years. Might be time to freaking do the... I'm actually a big fan of Lextorias. Oh wow, we got a fan in the chat. But this take is horrendous. Damn, bro. Damn, well, couldn't be me. Gonna be honest, couldn't be me, right? But no, like not just gonna not gonna dog on too much. It's unfortunate that this is the case. It served its purpose in this situation. Is he forgetting the fact that they might need to use it again and that demons consider the possibility of needing it again? Freaking exactly, dude. Like, again, demons work differently. And they're solitary. And their first instinct usually is to just straight up kill them. Depending on how, physically or magically strong they are. So obviously, this chick probably didn't really need to do all that much deception. Just killing because she can understand and read people's flow of mana. That's how this girl's magic works, by the way. She reads the flow of mana of people to copy their fighting styles. So more than likely,
let's try it.
She. Go ahead.
Sorry,
I didn't know you came back.
No. Finish what you were saying. I didn't mean to. Yeah.
So more than likely,
cool.
what I'm saying is that she didn't really need to, communicate all that much because she already is physically capable of fighting off anyway.
Mm.
All right, there's way less of a delay now, so I think things should be fine.
Yeah. I also restarted Firefox just to be sure. So I wonder if that might have been it. Is just my browser was eating up all my RAM.
Kaiser,
Let's go.
Possible ad for the soundboard, the River Song spoilers line. Maybe. Dude, okay. I'm going to make a community post where you guys can insert suggestions for soundboards, and we'll cook something up. Okay? Alrighty.
The kid demon who killed a child. The hero's party wants to spare the demon, despite Frieren saying to kill it, because the demon begs for its mother. But despite her wishes, they let it live, and after enough time passes that the town takes the demon in, it kills the mayor and offers his child as a replacement, which is a terrible offer, so they get obliterated.
By the way, guys, can you hear this? By the way.
I think, actually, let me check myself. Yeah, they can hear it.
I'm sure they should be able to hear it.
Yeah, the stream is playing. I mean, you guys can I don't want to speak for you guys. I also have the stream pulled up on my end.
I mean, if you can hear it from the actual stream on YouTube, then they should definitely do so. Yeah, we hear it fine. Okay, cool.
Once again, begging for their mother before dying. Frieren asks why it says this when demons don't understand the concept of families, and it replies, because it stops you from killing me. And again, this is a reveal for the audience. It's just laying it on thick that demons lie and kill, and that's it. But importantly, it shows they lie out of self-preservation. In fact, that's the most common way we see them deceiving people, begging for their life. Which is also strange because we're explicitly told they are being deceptive by doing this, yet they are genuinely begging for their life. They genuinely don't want to die and are acting afraid of dying in order to not die. But if that's not a
dude, they're
hold on.
Acting like how a human would beg for their life so that their guard is down so that they can kill them.
They are pretending to have empathy. They are pretending it is not they want to garner. It's not just that they want you not to kill them. It is that they want your sympathy. If you remember earlier, when the ruler guy was gonna kill him for, you killed my son, prepare to die. He's like, oh, well, I mean, my father was also slain in this war. It didn't just stop there. He was like, let's make peace with one another. People on your side have died, people on my side have died. Let's stop the killing and let's be friends. Why can't we be friends? It's it's because we're demons. That's why we can't be friends. Just stabs him.
Enough. Demons show.
Yep. Oh God. I have a son. I beg you. I have a son. Silence. I've heard those words countless times. Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, of course, because here's the thing.
Yeah, all animals have self-preservation instincts.
Here's the thing, too, is that, of course they're going to want to, make them... They are going to want to find an effective way to make them not want to kill them, because they understand that by preying on humans, humans will also innately want to prey on demons in self-defense.
Yeah.
So it is not just a matter of they don't want to die, it is that they don't want to die while they are killing humans.
Oh my god, wait. I just realized something. Holy shit.
Remember, the reason why those 3 demons are in that town is so that they can figure out how to lower the barrier so that Aura can, like, have her army of mindless soldiers go in and storm the place. That is why they are trying to... It is not just that they don't want to die, it is that they want to live long enough for them to kill everyone in the village, in the town.
Dude, this goes deeper than that. This demon girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Her life was not immediately in danger. Like, she was taken in by the village after eating one of the villagers' kids. She was taken in for at least several days before she started killing again because she misunderstood human culture, essentially, and started killing again.
And I get the feeling he's going to make that argument that, like, because...
He completely sidesteps this.
Well, maybe he might address it, because I get the feeling he's going to go into that at some point, that, oh, they don't understand, and that somehow makes things better, but we'll get to that.
Even... God fucking damn it.
And again, this is a reveal for the audience. It's just laying it on thick that demons lie and kill, and that's it. But
okay, my point was that demon wasn't just lying for self-preservation.
Yeah, it was lying because it knew that it knew that they would kill it because it was killing them. And, like, if it didn't know that, well, that's not an argument either. But I'll hold off on that until he makes that argument.
Sure.
Importantly, it shows they lie out of self-preservation. In fact, that's the most common way we see them deceiving people,
pause it again.
begging for their life.
It's not just self-preservation, it's also for conquest. Because again, yes, the 3 demons who were being cornered by the king guy, whatever his name was, like, yeah, they didn't want him to kill them. But beyond just self-preservation, they wanted to live long enough for them to figure out how to lower the barrier so that Aura could take over the town. That's why they were there. That's why they were trying to garner his trust. That's why he was deceiving them and making him think that they have empathy. It is not just for self-preservation. It's for conquest.
And
it is to make humans go into a false sense of security so that they can take advantage of that and kill people.
In fact, the demon lord created a kingdom for demons. So ostensibly, there was no real need for them to fight other humans for their own self-preservation. They could have just left everyone else alone. But no, they decided to fuck with us.
Yeah, almost like, well, I feel like he'll give his argument soon enough as to, like, the inherent problem with the inherent evilness of demons, but I'll wait until we get to that part of the video.
Yeah, sure.
Life. Which is also strange because we're explicitly told they are being deceptive by doing this, yet they are genuinely begging for their life. They genuinely don't want to die and are acting afraid of dying in order to not die. But if that's not enough, demons show actual genuine emotion all the goddamn time.
Also, they deceive in other ways.
Yeah.
They've also deceived in other ways in the friggin' manga. Are you serious? In fact, they were lying. The demons were lying to the king guy. I mean, I know that might have been a little bit of what you said. Like, yes, they were afraid that they couldn't lower the barrier for Aura. But let's not forget.
They are often described as prideful and arrogant.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. They lied to the mayor. Why? So that they can lower the barrier. Why? So that they can kill people with their full undead army.
Yes!
That is the whole purpose. The whole purpose of that entire arc is that those demons were actively lying. That has nothing to do with self-preservation.
Exactly, Kaiser.
Are you fucking stupid? Dude, come off it, bro. Come off it, bro. This is the basic premise of the goddamn arc.
Yep.
Dude, what in the absolute shit?
maybe he has some better arguments. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out, Kaiser. Let's hear him out. We
feel genuine excitement and anger and shock and fear in ways that cannot be explained by them just imitating humans to get an advantage, as it is so often not beneficial in any way.
Yeah, it's almost like that
Again,
is
like,
the
he is
subversion, you dick. Like, yeah, they have other emotions, but it's very, very slight a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like I said
very
in my
limited.
video, my second video on the subject, they have fear of death, they have pride in their magic, and certain other things that I probably named in that video. I don't fucking know. Anyways,
Man, who would have thought that, like, psychopaths can feel fear or anger? Like, the fucking, I'm just, like...
Yeah, all of this is based off of a limited understanding of the characters themselves, by the way. And the story
like,
kind of acknowledges this.
Sociopathy and psychopathy do not mean that they literally have absolutely no emotions. Like, none whatsoever, in any way, shape, or form.
They can describe.
God,
because, you know, they're a medieval setting. I doubt they have much of a concept of psychology as much as we do. I don't know, man.
Demons calling Frieren a bitch, or getting mad at her when she kills them, or expressing some emotion when humans aren't even
that
present.
Means that they get mad. That means that they can feel sympathy.
Yeah, a dog never gets mad, guys. A dog never gets mad. A freak, yo, when you, like, stab a mammoth in the eye, it's not a big deal. Are you fucking serious? And, like, yeah, I forget this demon. They do look familiar. I'm gonna presume that there's a shit ton of other context to this that explains this behavior that this guy is just leaving out, because I don't trust him for anything.
Sometimes even in their
manga, or
like
that part of the manga.
Yeah, that part of the manga, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
In any way, with demons calling Frieren a bitch, or getting mad at her when she kills them, or expressing some emotion when humans aren't even present. Sometimes even in their inner monologue.
Context of this,
going
please?
even one step further,
what? Okay, my arm. I'm pretty sure that was the scene where, what was it? Lugner's arm was taken away, I think, by Fern or something along those lines. And, like, yeah.
Does he think
hurts.
that, like,
what?
Does he think that, like, all similarities that demons and humans share, like, at least behavioral wise, are mimics? That, like, they are mimicking, that any sort of similarity in their behaviors is like something that they are copying, and that they do not actually have any sort of behavioral pattern in line with, you know, humans? Like, does he not think, like, as opposed to just
emotionless point from the story so hyper literally? It's insane.
Because, like, it just means, like, the way I interpreted it, the way that I felt the story was communicating it, was that they just do not have a concept of empathy. And they have a very limited understanding of, like, other certain more human emotions. They know what fear is. Like, they know what anger is.
They particularly have trouble with having emotions that have to do with relation with other people. They are a self-centered race. They barely, if ever, have feelings that relate to other people in a direct way. That's the issue. All right. First super chat in a while, guys. Holy shit. All right. Eden Stevens SKW says, for $5 with the 5 sub, why does he want the demons to be like the nobodies in Kingdom Hearts? I mean,
listen, the nobodies in Kingdom Hearts actually, like, grew hearts. They actually have hearts, at least.
Yeah,
like, Kingdom Hearts,
like, that was also part of the freaking subversion, dude. Dude, what in the fuck?
I'll be honest, I feel like it would actually be worse if they were like the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts, because the whole point is that the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts were actually supposed to not have, like, any sort of emotion. At least that was, like, what we were told until it was revealed that, like, they had hearts.
In, like, Dream Drop Distance, which
Yeah.
To be fair, the pieces towards that were there just by virtue of Roxas, Shion, and Axel's relationship.
Yeah, like, I certainly want that. I wouldn't want that to be the case, because, like, demons are much more compelling as an antagonist when they are just these very, they are these completely lacking in empathy. They have, like, when they have no sense of empathy and they're able to oppose humans and they deceive them by making it seem, it makes them like a very interesting kind of antagonistic force. And especially when they're actually able to make people think that they have empathy. And I'm talking about in real life, just so that we're clear on that. That's how good they're at. They do it. Is that they? Yeah.
But like, yeah, like they can keep them not having empathy. I'm not against the reveal of them having some level of emotions, because, you know, that makes sense with an intelligent life form in some level. It's just that they're very limited, right? And that the way that they express their emotions are completely antiquated with human life. Hence the conflicts here. When a dog gets like their tail pulled off by a freaking silverback gorilla, yeah, they're gonna think, ow, that fucking hurts.
I wouldn't necessarily compare them to animals, because, like, animals themselves at least have, or at least it's not something like dogs, because there are dogs that do have, like, a sense of empathy. It is just, like, some of them probably just, the ones that seem much more aggressive just, you know, came from some place that would make them in such a way. Demons, I feel like, are hard to compare to animals behavioral wise, because
hey,
Dederax, how you doing, man?
Yeah, Larkstein was pretty expressive in being catty for supposed being with no heart. Yeah, the whole thing about nobody's not having hearts thing was supposed to be a trick by Xemnas in order to, like, goad them into, you know,
I'm gonna be honest,
more aligned with them. That's the whole point.
In again, like, going back to, like, Ed Steven SKW's super chat, like, again, I would almost actually, like, I not only prefer, like, the demons in Frieren over the nobodies from Kingdom Hearts. In fact, like, in a way, I almost kind of feel like, and again, this is more of a personal kind of thing, if I were the one writing Kingdom Hearts, I would actually kind of write the nobodies more like the demons from Frieren, in the sense that, like, they show emotion, and in that way you can make them not like boring caricatures who are just like bland and every one of them are the same, but you can have them presented in a way where, like, even though they show emotion, God, I don't want to make it. You know what? You want to hear me talk about nobodies in Kingdom Hearts? Check out my stream tomorrow, because we're playing Kingdom Hearts 2. I don't want to, like, get off topic. So you guys want me to talk more about how I would, my thoughts on Kingdom Hearts and how I would do it if I wrote it, or, like, what stuff I like and don't like about it? Follow, like, I'm streaming Kingdom Hearts 2 tomorrow, so check me out there. Anyways, I won't, like, derail this conversation anymore. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, go off on Kingdom Hearts, because I'm gonna be here forever. God, we're only 11 minutes in. All right,
let's get a little further.
The first big fights in Chapter 20, the conclusion to the demons pretending to make peace with the town, ends with one of the demons getting cut in half by Stark, and the other demon crying out their name, which gives Fern enough of an opening to kill them. The way the anime frames it makes it seem like they might just be calling for their ally to help them, but they do cry out after the other demon is dead, while looking in their direction, after it's already been established they can sense when another demon dies. So this feels all...
Yes, but they can. Well, no,
so,
they
like,
can't do that. Okay.
Is he saying that, like, they feel sorry for their like? Is he saying that they feel empathy for the death of their allies, or that they are just upset that they're losing?
I mean, I think he's saying the fact that they are losing disproves the whole notion that demons don't have emotion. Hence, him saying that is a contradiction. Like, that's what he's saying.
But, like, there isn't.
But
again,
the problem isn't that it's not, because you already gave a good explanation there. He's probably upset that, like, yo, what the fuck is going on? I need some freaking backup, or I'm gonna die.
Yeah,
like, demons can still be surprised. They can still be shocked.
Like, again, if he means this in the sense that, like, demons are supposed to not have any emotion, you know, fear, shock, you know, that kind of stuff. Again, that's clearly not what the... Yeah, that's clearly not what the anime is trying to portray. It's not what it is showing us. You are taking like what they are saying way too literally. It is just that they lack empathy, and an ability to understand like other beings. They clearly have certain emotions, but it is a very limited range of emotions compared to humans.
Almost intentionally written, like the demon is crying out because their ally died. And it's made pretty clear that crying out is what drops their guard and gets them killed. When, which looks to me...
People, like, what, do you think that they don't care if they, like, get to take this city or not? Like, it's down to 3 of them right now. And in fairness, one of those is Aura. But, like, they want to take this, and, like, they clearly care. I'm just... You do realize that there are other reasons why they might be upset at the death of their allies besides just empathy, right?
Yeah.
Empathy is not the only reason why someone would, be upset that one of their allies dies.
Yeah, and like we said, it's not impossible for these guys to to have the ability to be upset. Like, again, this hyper-literally thing.
Think about it. Think about it like this. I'm on a football team, and one of my teammates is a massive cock. He is just a piece of shit. And we friggin' butt heads every now and again. I really do not like him, but the coach says we got to get along because we're the 2 best players. Then, because he thinks that there was a foul, he punches the ref, and then he gets removed from the game because he's being too violent. And I'm like, you know what? That is upsetting, dude. All you had to do is just not punch the ref, and we could have had such a really good team. Like, I don't like him. I'm not sorry that he's out of the game and doesn't get to play. I'm sorry that we don't have one of our best players anymore.
Oh, but Pete, that in of itself means that you're expressing an emotion which demons are not supposed to have in any degree. So ergo, vis-a-vis, macaroni and cheese, expect to control them. Get fucked. There you go.
You know what? I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
Like a pretty clear-cut expression of empathy. Now, you could maybe argue that the demons have just gotten so good at mimicking humans that they do so involuntarily, but if this is involuntary, often completely detrimental, and ingrained within the demons so deeply they even do it when nobody else is around and cannot stop doing it to save their life, then there is functionally no difference between the mimicked emotion and the real thing. Though perhaps the strongest...
This is all based off of the faulty idea that they're just not supposed to have any emotion whatsoever, rather than that they are just not supposed to have empathy. It's also there's so much stuff wrong with this, but there's nothing that is wrong with this that we haven't already just talked about because it's built on this faulty premise. But anyway, we'll keep it playing.
Josh, the picture you weren't sure of was of Solitar, and she likes to study humans and others out of interest, and she kills the person once she's done with her questions. Yeah, that's it. That's from the El Dorado arc, right?
Oh, so he was removing context from that scene. So, if anything, if this lady was, asking questions and was curious but was still killing the people who she was asking, if anything, that just reinforces the lack of empathy. That she cares so much about the information she's getting, but doesn't give a shit about the people who she gets it from and wants to discard them like they're disposable. That works against this guy's arguments.
Right.
All right.
What in the fuck?
I'm sure he's not going to remove context at any other point.
You sly dog! You almost got us lacking. Holy shit! You sly dog! You caught me monologuing. Oh fuck! By the way, thanks for that art, Deaderex. I'm gonna use that somewhere at some point. I don't know where, but it's gonna be glorious. This guy literally said the anime frames it in a way that he's calling for his ally to help him. Why isn't that the answer? I mean, he's trying to say that, because they don't have, again,
it's
fine.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He just wants help fighting Fern, and he's losing too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Contradiction in the demon's nature is that they do actually have some sense of morality. The one thing you would think they obviously don't. Because we're also told that to demons, one's mana level is a source of pride, and almost all demon hierarchies are simply built on who has the most mana. So a technique that Frieren has mastered to be effective at killing demons is to suppress her mana at all times, to appear to have a low amount, to trick a demon into fighting her so she can kill them. It's something she's even taught Fern since pretty much the beginning. This is already interesting because it directly mirrors how demons trick humans with words to kill them, and it comes across as Frieren playing by their rules to get an advantage, literally using that arrogance the demons are described as having against them. But the more interesting part is that when that demon from earlier, the one who cried out at their ally dying, learns that Fern was concealing her mana, they call her a coward. They are visibly disgusted by it. Because again, demons are proud of their mana and think concealing it is a lowly thing to do. So the demon's morality might not align with ours. They're still totally okay with killing after all, but they must have some sense of morality to believe concealing mana.
I don't know if you can say that.
I'm not sure if I would define that as morality. What's this definition?
I'm not sure if that is more of can you say that any sort of just set of social rules or understanding is a morality? I guess that's a genuine question. I'm not. Hold on. I want to make sure that we're understanding. Let me get just to make sure Merriam-Webster definition of morality, because I don't want to mince words here. All right. Conforming to ideals of right human conduct. I guess in the sense, if they are if the sense of right means that just whatever they should do. I would say if right just means moral rightness, but that's just kind of
moral conduct, I guess. It's not impossible. But that makes sense because pride in their magic is the only thing that they are honest about. Again, you're falling into the hyper literal trap again. Unless
if anything, wouldn't this just show even more that they lack empathy? Because it is very much rules for thee but not for me. We're allowed to deceive you, but we get pissed off when you deceive us. Yeah. They don't give a shit that you're using the same tactics against they don't give a shit that they're using you're using the same tactics against them. They want to be able to use deception against you and not have it used against them. If anything, this kind of reinforces the lack of empathy that they actually have, because they just want victory. They don't give a shit, and they'll be pissed off whenever the same tactics that they use is used against them.
I don't know. I feel this kind of pride than morality. Yeah, you're not wrong. At best, you can define that as alien morality, but that's still incredibly different from human morality, which the demons don't have. Yes.
If any sort of if any sort of just a question of what we ought to do can be described as part of a moral system, does that mean that because I should take my trash out every week so that my house doesn't become one with the Asmongold dimension, does that is taking the trash out a moral decision? Is that a moral decision that just because I should take out the trash and not leave it all over my house? Is that a moral decision? I don't know if you can say that just because they don't think that people should hide their mana, that somehow means it is that it's a moral decision.
Again, at best we can probably describe it as an alien form of morality specific to their race, which makes sense because they're both intelligent and they literally have to master a specific magic spell and make that their whole fucking personality. It's like that one. It's like the one kid in middle school who found out who wanted to be, not like the other kids, but like a race. That's what they are.
I kind of see this. It's almost kind of interesting because it's like they don't understand the why. I mean, they are like they understand that they can be tricked when someone hides and suppresses their mana, but it is because it's something that is like so unheard of, and because that, you know, clashes so much with what they do, that despite there is still an aspect about it that they don't understand, that they are mad about that like something so effective is something that like is just so, I don't see how like you can say that this is morality. This is just it's what do you call it? Not a social construct, but a social it's like
it's like a social norm or social
yeah, like a norm. It's a social standard, basically.
Yeah, social standard.
A social norm. This isn't, yeah, it is all normative. It's all like this is just something that like demon society, quote unquote, you know, what little society there is, just believes, because all of them are, you know, wired in a way that they want to well, that they value magic so heavily, and so they want to like, you know, show it off so much.
Yep. But again, this relies on you being incredibly hyper literal with the definitions at play and the way the story is clearly utilizing these things. Like the fact that they have Lugner show this in the same arc where we start learning about what the demons are, that should signal in your head that it's like, okay, there's more going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, it's very, again, I keep hammering this point every single time. We're not supposed to believe every single thing the characters tell us. That's the whole point. In fact, spoilers for the manga a little bit. We find out a little bit later, I believe even during the El Dorado arc, that the Demon Lord, the reason why he went into war, was because that he wanted coexistence between him and humanity, ironically enough. We don't know the full context of this decision. We don't know why he thought war was the answer or how it came to that point. But that is supposed to lead you to thinking, okay, there's supposed to be more to this. Let's let the story cook for a while and see where that goes. You know?
Yeah, I think I do. I think I do know.
Yeah. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Anyway.
To trick them is wrong. There is no reason they would react this way if they didn't. A truly immoral being would not think there is such a thing as an action that is wrong. And there isn't even an explanation of this being part of their mimicry, because it's something only demons care about. So right now, I'd like to take a tangent to discuss a different story that isn't Frieren. But it's one that Frieren
not, because like you can make that argument about like anything.
Yeah, no.
Like, not all, you know, questions of, like, not all odd questions are inherently moral. It's not a thing. Is that, like, just because, like, people, like, by that logic, you'd have to be, like, completely inanimate. You would have to be without motivation of any kind. You would have to not be motivated by anything whatsoever, because the fact that, like, there is a common, that would imply that there is something that you believe you should do, and inherently something that like you shouldn't do. That's not morality.
No. Dude, this guy not only has lost the entire plot,
at least not like universally. Shit. I feel like did I lose my connection? I can't hear anything.
My bad. I think after you.
God damn it! Do I have to like restart Discord again? I can't hear anything.
Oh yeah. Fuck. I think it's you again. I'm pretty sure chat can still hear me because I can still hear you. So I think there's like an issue on your MP. Hold on.
All right, let me try it.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I'll let me restart.
But yeah, this is insane. Like this is just oh right, I forgot I have the soundboard. Like Like, this is just...
You Maverick!
Oh my god. I put these in my server, by the way. So if you ever want to call anyone Maverick, come to support me on Patreon and come to my Discord server.
Sounds like you've gone Maverick.
Look, we bombed some niggas, now we going to war.
What do you mean we? Nintendo?
Nintendo Wii? Yeah, it seems to be Pete. Yeah, I agree. It's weird. Now, let me click off of... Hello?
Okay, I'm back.
Circle. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Alright, cool.
I am back.
I think you're coming in much better.
Alright, cool.
Alright, just jump into the stream again.
Yeah, I'm in.
Oh, okay. Alright, let us continue. And to recap, guys, this guy is now going to completely pivot to a different series that goes over this topic, I guess. Because, yeah, that's totally what you should do in your videos.
Am I familiar with the series?
I'm sorry. I'm not against him using examples. To be fair, I use some in my video too. Okay? At the same time, when you have very little right to do so when you fuck the context so hard.
Well, let's see what he has to say.
Pete, just so you know, my server has a soundboard, so feel free to use it if you want to.
Ooh. I will look.
No reason they would react this way if they didn't. A truly immoral being would not think there is such a thing as an action that is wrong. And there isn't even an explanation of this being part of their mimicry because it's something only demons care about. So right now, I'd like to take a tangent to discuss a different story that isn't Frieren, but it's one that Frieren very obviously takes a lot of inspiration from, because it's the story most fantasy series take inspiration from, because it's The Lord of the Rings. J.R.R. Tolkien's fantasy book series is fairly famous.
Okay, oh boy. Pete, you can take this one because I've never seen Lord of the Rings.
I'll try. I'm not like the biggest expert on Lord of the Rings either, but I guess I'll try.
Tolkien fans in chat.
Oh god.
I need you to back us up.
We're gonna need you guys' help. I mean, like, I've watched Lord of the Rings. I've watched it a couple times, but again, I'm not like the biggest on like the lore, and I've not finished the book series yet. So, but I'll try. Let's go.
All right, let's get into it.
Morality. Characters that are depicted as unambiguously good or evil, on the side of light or dark. And with this, it portrays some races as entirely on one side, the most common of which being orcs. They are human-like creatures who are bred for war by various dark armies, including Sauron's. They are pure evil, existing only to kill and destroy and oppose the forces of good. Their purpose in the story, much like the demons in Frieren, is solely to be an antagonist to our heroes that they can kill lots of without remorse.
Wait a goddamn cocksucking second. That is not the only purpose of demons in Frieren. Is also to motivate character writing and world building and to facilitate a mystery about their fucking existence.
We're also forgetting that this is the guy who thinks that demons were the enemies that they killed for most of the anime, rather than just like one episode and then one arc.
Has Raymond or one of the other Team Jack members read the book? I'm
sure they have.
I'm pretty sure like Twilight, and I think Twilight said she read it. And I think Raymond, I'm pretty sure Raymond's watched it. You know, he's much more of a movie buff than I am anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised. But of course, I can't just drag them here tonight, you know?
I wouldn't be surprised if Raymond has also read the book as well as watched it.
You guys are cutting out? Oh, me?
Oh, are we?
Am I?
Both of us?
Am I cutting out, chat? I know Pete was like earlier, but I don't know about me.
I mean, I must be cutting out if you're cutting out, since I'm like, they're hearing the audio on your Discord.
I mean, yeah, but like when it comes to my microphone, that is what they are hearing. Like, all they hear from Discord is you.
Fair.
Yeah. Orcs are holy, evil, and Lotor because they were made by an evil god-like entity called Morgoth. Okay, fair. You're fine on my end. Yeah. So Ryan, that might be you. You might want to, like, refresh the stream a little bit. Anyway, let's keep going.
However, it's important to note that the evilness of the creatures in Middle-earth, if you really get into it, all come from someone called Morgoth, who is the fantasy equivalent of Satan. And
so it is that he just wants an explanation why demons are evil. Like, and again, if you look at like some of the things in again, if you want to like be so reductive to define morality as just any sense of like what you ought and ought not to do, you could like say that about a lot of the orcs too, despite also being like inherently created to be evil, is that they don't want to starve. And so when they're hungry and they're lugging around these two hobbits, they're like, what about them? They're fresh. Just a little nibble. Just want to eat the little toes off. And then of course, he kills one of the other orcs, and he's like, orc meat's back on the menu, boys. Because again, they lack empathy, not emotion. They feel fear. They feel fear when their lives are in danger. They are upset when their allies are losing because they kind of need their allies to be able to beat other enemies. Like, it doesn't mean that they aren't still without empathy and that they aren't purely evil creatures. This is such a weird comparison to make when like these guys do not fit your. All right.
But the explanation has been given in Frieren: humans are their prey, and the demons evolved to hunt them. There's more to it as the manga gets into. So what more does this guy want? I think the issue is that he is interpreting, like, it's about the hyper. He is. Okay, let me say this without being so fucking toxic right now. He is hyperfixating on the specific point that Frieren raised, that demons do not have emotions. He is being hyper goddamn lawyer literal about it. He is being so freaking Harvey Specter about this one goddamn word. Okay? That he's saying, oh shit, the demons in Frieren, they yell when they're in pain. That means they have emotion. And so he is saying that the show lacks consistency on that basis. So he looks at something like Lord of the Rings with the orcs, I guess. And I guess his argument is that they much more consistently portray themselves as just emotionless killing machines. Now, you guys in chat can clarify whether or not that is the case in Lord of the Rings. I have no fucking idea. But all I'm saying is that there is a shit ton of context that this dude is leaving out about Frieren's demons because he lost the plot the moment he started just really stupidly focusing on this one fucking word.
Yeah.
Like, right. Seriously. I don't know, man. It's so fucking weird. It's like Mama Max with children. You utter a word children and he loses his fucking mind, okay?
I'm trying to find some kind of example of maybe like an orc being surprised that they're like losing or something. But like, they clearly show emotion there too. They show anger as well. They show frustration. That's like, again, it is just, I don't.
We never see much of the orcs POV in Lord of the Rings. Okay, maybe not in the movies, but maybe in like books. I think some of you guys in chat said that you read the books before, right? I think. I could be misremembering. Well, here's the thing. We may have to scoot over a little bit of this because I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings, so.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to like go through it. All right, let's.
Later, CBF.
See you, man. Say platinum.
I mean that literally. J.R.R. Tolkien was a devout Catholic and modeled The Lord of the Rings heavily after his own religion. Morgoth is literally meant to be a stand-in or representation of Satan, a fallen angel who corrupts those around him, and is responsible for most of the evil in the world. As the creatures Morgoth and later Sauron control are almost all evil because of this corruption. Basically every evil, intelligent character in the novels, from Saruman to Grima Wormtongue, were not evil to begin with. They've simply been turned evil over time. Some by choice, others through torture or pondering their orbs too long. Even the giant flaming demon Balrog that Gandalf fights is described as being a lesser angel that has simply been turned.
Why is
Hell,
it
Sauron himself was...
Just why is it a bad thing if that's not the case? Like,
Because
why is it a
he's
bad
saying-
thing?
Because he's saying that there's more of a contradiction in Frieren.
But, like, what's the contradiction, though, if, like, you have just a species that is just evil? Like, again, if you're, like, okay, even then, that kind of, like, all depends on, like, what we mean by, like, evil anyways, because as far as, you know, we've defined, or at least as far as Frieren has defined it, demons are just people, they're just monsters that prey on humans and prey on them by deceiving them. It's just, why is...
Yeah,
I'll let him finish. I'll let him finish.
Yeah, but even then, again, we already talked about this. The reason why he's not specifically saying that the demons have to be, you know, like created from a god, like the demons are in freaking Tolkien's works, is that they need to be consistently emotionless. And you know what? In any lesser show, I would fucking agree with you, dude. But we're talking about Frieren. You can't lawyer this shit, okay?
Like, nothing... Okay, hold the phone. Let me listen to, like, what his explanation is for this quote, because, like, I genuinely want to know what his context... Like, what he understands as, like, nothing is evil from the beginning, because I could name a couple of, like, good... Well, we'll let it play.
And is responsible for most of the evil in the world. As the creatures Morgoth and later Sauron control are almost all evil because of this corruption. Basically every evil, intelligent character in the novels, from Saruman to Grima Wormtongue, were not evil to begin with. They've simply been turned evil over time. Some by choice, others through torture or pondering their orbs too long. Even the giant flaming demon Balrog that Gandalf fights is described as being a lesser angel that has simply been turned. Hell, Sauron himself was corrupted. The only creatures that are described as being totally 100% evil from birth are beings created...
Okay, pause. Yeah, so, again, though, what is... Okay, because he skimmed past that quote, like, really quickly, that Tolkien saying nothing is evil to begin with. Like, so is this... Again, is your problem just that, like, the demons are evil from the beginning?
No, I don't think that's his argument. Again, we keep looping back.
But like he is saying that it is a good thing that all the villains and all the evil in Lord of the Rings were not evil from the beginning.
Well, to be fair, he never said yet that these are good things. He's just explaining how they work.
Well, yeah, but no. He said earlier that he wanted to you compare this as like an example of something that was good.
Yeah, but
like before he
explained why these things are good yet. So let's just
that's fair. I need to.
The only creatures that are described as being totally 100% evil from birth are beings created by Morgoth, who we're told are evil because they don't have souls. This is something that also comes directly from Tolkien's Catholic theology, by the way, this idea that evil cannot make, only mock. Satan/Morgoth cannot create anything with a soul, because to be born
Kinda
with a
like
soul
demons.
means you're a blank slate, and blank slates are good by default, so only God/Eru has the power to make that. Satan/Morgoth can only corrupt those beings. To make something evil by default, they basically have to be a homunculus with no soul or sentience. So when we get to orcs, the most basic and simple and one of the oldest and most influential evil fantasy creatures, J.R.R. Tolkien encountered a problem, a moral dilemma, where in many of the stories they show up in, orcs are able to speak. They're able to make decisions, express emotions. Treebeard describes them as participating in orcish mischief. And I mean, they still kill and eat people, they still don't have any human morality, but they understand what morality is, and consider some actions to be right or wrong. So just on the basis of all that, they must be sentient. They must have a soul. And when the books treat them as unsympathetic monsters that are killed in the thousands, you can see where Tolkien had an issue. Because remember, all of the other evil creatures are corrupted and are thus given the chance
hold on. Wait, no, I'll let him finish. I'm trying to, because like I want to find out if he's saying that like Tolkien literally took issue with the orcs that he created, or that like he had an issue with what he had created, or if he is saying that there is something wrong with Tolkien's creation, like his decision to write the orcs in this way is itself an issue. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Unsympathetic monsters that are killed in the thousands, you can see where Tolkien had an issue. Because remember, all of the other evil creatures are corrupted and are thus given the chance to change. They have the choice to become good again, to fight this corruption. And many do. Several evil characters in the novels get redemption, and the ones who don't typically have some moment where they could repent but choose not to. And because of this, they're all shown at least some amount of mercy until they do something that proves they don't deserve it. Yet the orcs are never given this mercy, especially in the movies where they are just decapitated and bifurcated and mowed down without a second thought. They're never given the chance to change. They're never treated with any of the respect the other evil characters are. They're just fodder. The characters never even think of the possibility.
Okay,
hold on. But like, why is that an issue? Again, like, okay, think about this for a second. Think about this.
He says that it's a contradiction because they're supposed to be emotionless, but they're shown to have emotions.
I don't even think that he's saying that that's a contradiction, because he's not.
No, because
cited.
he says that like Tolkien encountered the problem. So I'm waiting for the part where he explains how Tolkien solved the problem.
I'm hoping that he has an issue. Well, that he explains how he solved the problem. Yeah. So
okay, Sauron was a well-meaning guy who entered Morgoth's service, but when he was a demon rule, Sauron still tortured people and fed them fed someone to werewolves. Okay.
Here's the other thing too, is that like I don't really see it as like an issue that you don't give and like again, maybe he'll explain himself in a little bit, but is it really that much of a problem that like you have these creatures? Here's the thing, evil or not, if you have a creature, an army of creatures who want to kill you and all your friends and family and other people who you are remotely associated with, I don't really give a shit if like they have the choice to stop or not. I'm killing them before they kill us. No offense to like any like evil, vile, human destroying orcs in the audience right now.
Yeah,
but
they
like
could
if you're
have always surrendered, they could have always just not do any of the things that they instigated doing, but they chose not to.
Yeah, the choice doesn't matter to me. You are trying to kill me. It does not matter to me if like you had the choice or not. I'm not going to let you. I'm going for my pump action.
Also, Hugo, yes, using a story rules to judge another story. What a great argument, my guy. I mean, it is possible to do this correctly, right? Like I said in my first video about Frieren, which you guys should totally watch, by the way. Yeah. It's gonna be the 1 year anniversary since that video came out next month. But anyways, though, fucking right. I compared. So I was tackling the story argument, the narrative argument that people make against demons in Frieren. Specifically that having demons be, these ontologically evil beings or whatever makes the story boring. And I argued that no, obviously, that doesn't make it inherently boring. You just have a different interest. You guys are the same motherfuckers who lap up Avatar, despite the fact that Firelord Ozai may as well have been born evil. Yes, he probably isn't, but functionally, he is no different from a creature that was born this way. He's a Saturday morning cartoon villain through and fucking through. Regardless, okay? And the fact that he is simplistic still makes the story interesting. And I illustrated that all in my fucking video. Word for word, bar for bar. So, that is a case where the comparing things in the story works, because you have to illustrate exactly why, in what way these things are one-to-one, and how they apply to your argument. This guy, okay, is under 10 billion fucking pounds of fucking copium. And he's already started this with a complete misunderstanding of how demons and Frieren work. So when he compares the demons in Frieren to orcs and other evil beings in Lord of the fucking Rings, we've already lost the plot, because I'm in China, where I was supposed to be going. We were on a trip to freaking Beijing, and you're all the way in fucking Australia. I'm trying to work out how you got this far. I'm trying to work out how you got this far.
Let's find out.
You know what I mean?
I find it interesting, because again, I'm still trying to figure out if he's saying that like the orcs were an issue that Tolkien fixed, or if like these are an issue with Tolkien's writing.
Yeah. Are the orcs expressing emotion, or do they actually have it? I have no fucking idea. That's what he's failing to explain clearly, yeah.
Well,
Also, it was said by Tolkien that Morgoth would have tried to destroy the world by hitting it with a hammer, because he wants to destroy that which he cannot make. Okay, got you.
Of them being redeemable. So this became something that really bothered Tolkien. He never explicitly commented on his feelings about it, but he did try very hard to find a possible solution for it, a way to justify the orcs acting and being treated like that, something you can especially see in his responses to letters that fans wrote to him about this subject. He even went out of his way to try and come up with alternate backstories for the orcs that would fix this, but always ran into the same dilemma. In one scenario, the orcs are descended from elves who were tortured and corrupted by Morgoth.
I don't even know what the dilemma is that he's talking about.
No, remember,
again,
the dilemma is that these are supposed to be amoral beings that do not have emotion, that are designed to kill and murder and eat humans or whatever life, and at the same time they express emotions, as he describes.
Well, yeah, but the reason
he does think these two things can coexist.
Well, but the reason why he says that is an issue, like, I'm not saying to like rewind, but like if you did, he says earlier that, you know, the reason why this is a problem is because like they are a bunch of villains that are just used as fodder, and are never given like the chance to be able to, or they are never given the choice to mend their ways in the same way that villains like Saruman are. But again, like, that's not a problem. It is okay for you to have villains like that don't get that choice, because they are still trying to kill you. Like, whether or not they have the ability to choose to like give it all up or not is irrelevant.
Depending on the story, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they are trying to kill people. They are invading cities. They plan on massacring like as many men, women, and children as they possibly can. Who gives a shit? Yep. Who like?
It's wild, but again, looping a little bit.
All right, yeah.
That means they have souls and shouldn't have been killed indiscriminately. In the original scenario, the orcs are created by Morgoth as imitations of elves. But in that case, they shouldn't really be intelligent, because that requires sentience and a soul. The final solution Tolkien left us with in his notes before passing away was just to essentially canonize all of these different contradictory origins, give each of them in his different stories and explanations of the world, so that the true nature of the orcs was left mysterious and you wouldn't have to think about it. Though he did tend to prefer the idea that they were corrupted. To quote Tolkien directly, the origin of the orcs is a matter of debate. Some have called them the Melkorohini, the children of Melkor, who is Morgoth, by the way, they're the same person. But the wiser say nay, the slaves of Melkor, but not his children, for Melkor had no children. Melkor was impotent to produce any living thing, but skilled in the corruption of things that did not proceed from himself, if he could dominate them. But if he had indeed attempted to make creatures of his own in imitation or mockery of the incarnates, he would, like Aole, only have succeeded in producing puppets. His creatures would have acted only while the attention of his will was upon them, and they would have shown no reluctance to execute any command of his, even if it were to destroy themselves. But the orcs were not of this kind. They were certainly dominated by their master, but his dominion was by fear, and they were aware of this fear and hated him. They were indeed so corrupted that they were pitiless, and there was no cruelty or wickedness that they would not commit.
Also, hold on. I know this guy is just yapping at this point, but Hugo says in chat, isn't the concept of morality dependent on culture and perspective of the society from which it is decided? I'm pretty sure in a lot of ways that, yeah, that's pretty intrinsic there. But I guess he did comment on that earlier, that, like, yeah, on some level, they have, like, their own sort of, like, system of, like, I don't know, expressing emotion or morality and stuff like that, but they can still be evil in terms of humans, in terms of living and coexisting with us. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a problem or a contradiction. Now, I will say that, you know, maybe Tolkien should have stuck his guns into a particular, like, thematic waypoint and stick with that. I can see why people would see this as a contradiction in Tolkien's work. Again, from what he is describing, maybe if just some guy were here, he could probably help me out. Unfortunately, I don't have him on speed dial, okay? I would love to collab with the guy at some point, but that's not in the cards. But in Frieren's case, from the very beginning, by your admission, we've already started with a seeming contradiction. A seeming contradiction that has several answers, including the fact, again, that Frieren is an unreliable narrator. So there's supposed to be more to the demons in the story than it is letting on. So we are trying to learn about it. As you know, as we get closer to the fucking Demon King's castle. Again. You know? Oh, God. Okay. So corrupted elves idea was something he moved away from in later years. Okay. Also, the emotions the orcs feel, that being joy, anger, or celebration, is usually related to the slaughter of all things not orc, including humans and hobbits. So Tolkien made it so the origin in the orc was a mystery of dispute in universe. Seems like a good fix to me, yeah. I mean, again, I guess, but in our minds, but in this guy's mind, it's not a fix because it's not squaring away the fact that they have or they show emotions or whatever. Which, if anything, that just proves that there's way more of a contradiction in Tolkien's work than it is in Frieren. In Frieren, the contradiction is actually a subject of a debate within the story itself.
Well, again, I don't even know if, like, because, again, in relation to the whole orcs thing, I don't even know what the whole issue is, because, like, all the thing about, like, them showing emotion, he's only saying that that somehow creates a contradiction with the fact that they are supposed to be viewed as,
because he believes in order to show emotion, you need to have a soul. Which, if they can show emotion, that means they have souls, which contradicts their descriptions as soulless beings.
Well, I'm still getting caught on, like, the... I shouldn't even, because we're only 20 minutes in.
Here's the thing. We understand what he is saying. It's just that it doesn't make sense. We understand what he is saying and why he's saying it. It's just that what he's saying is fucking retarded. Sorry, Maverick.
I don't get why... Well, I don't get why the whole, like, them being used as fodder and, like, not getting the chance to have a choice to, walk away like a lot of other villains do is necessarily a problem is all. I think that's the only issue that I'm still having, is the fact that he focused on that at all when, like, it just doesn't really matter. They are trying to kill them. Like, they're trying to kill the good guys. They're not gonna be given the chance to choose because, giving them that chance kind of gives the orcs more opportunities to kill them.
The thing is, Pete, is that he sees that as a contradiction because of the fact that because they have emotions and are somewhat sentient, much like characters that were corrupted into becoming evil, it doesn't seem sensible or thematically, I guess, consistent with the story for the orcs to be treated one way when they are clearly sentient, and the corrupted characters to be treated another way when they are also sentient. I know it's stupid. I know it's Maverick, but that is what he is saying.
All right, we'll just continue then. We'll just move right along.
The death in the voice.
I think I'm dead.
I wanna be alive. I wanna be alive.
How long has the stream been going? Oh, good. All right, so let's keep it going, because like if we keep pausing all the time, we're gonna be here forever.
Yeah, we're gonna be here forever. We're almost 3 hours.
But this was the corruption of independent wills, and they took pleasure in their deeds. They were capable of acting on their own, doing evil deeds unbidden for their own sport, or if Morgoth and his agents were far away, they might neglect his commands. But even before this wickedness of Morgoth was suspected, the wise in the Elder Days taught always that the orcs were not made by Melkor, and therefore were not in their origin evil. They might have become irredeemable, at least by elves and men, but they remained within.
What?
Oh wait, never mind. It's back. Never mind. It's back. No, don't. All right, keep it going. No, hold on. No,
Okay.
it's fine. Yeah, keep it going.
The law.
I think it just
that
came
is,
back.
that though of necessity, being the fingers of the hand of Morgoth, they must be fought with the utmost severity. They must not be dealt with in their own terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded. Which, all in all, is incredibly fascinating. That Tolkien, a devout Catholic who was writing monstrous villains for a fantasy novel, couldn't help but think they weren't inherently evil because of the way he wrote them. In a story...
Huh? What?
Scored again, because it's still pausing a lot for me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Sure. Wait, have you been using Maverick as a replacement for the R word? The R, Kaiser. I'm not going to answer that. I will neither confirm nor deny the facts of this story. Right, like in Frieren, where we are told to see them as evil due to the actions they take. However, they are just going on nature. To them, all is just normal actions. Yeah. Like they have an alien sense of emotion and morality. It's alien, not human. They don't exist. They are evil because they are evil in the context of being alien from a human sense of morality. That's the thing. And that's the thing that this guy just isn't fucking getting. That's like the part of the formula that he's just wound up. Oh, man. I recommend watching Were There Any Good Orcs in Middle-earth by Darth Gandalf. Okay, Darth Gandalf. Dude, that is the most nerdiest name I've ever heard in my life. To explain this...
Yeah, I'll check it out.
But basically, orcs can't be good as their society doesn't let them. I mean... I wouldn't doubt that there are interesting answers to all of these questions, okay? I am willing to believe that. The problem is that I don't fucking trust this guy. Okay? But all I'm hearing from what he is saying is that this is a point in Frieren's favor. Because it does actively show that there are things about the demons that we can eventually learn more about, and maybe not everything Frieren says is correct. Okay? Just saying. Just because you're sentient doesn't mean you have free will. Fuck Mega Man Classic character have sentience but no free will. So if you're stuck in a room with a R, I'm trying to... I mean, yeah, robots are a pretty clear example of that, sure. Of course, it depends on what you define as sentience and what the limits of sentience is. I guess he's trying to say that, sentience within the context of Tolkien's works, the way the orcs function is somewhat contradictory to that, but whatever. I don't trust it. It's a bunch of yapping. It's a bunch of yakety yak, okay? Did I get pinged? Did I get DM'd? Oh, it's in the freaking D&D server. I mean, speaking of fantasy, it's D&D! Okay.
Man's never played Soma. Dude needs to play Soma.
Oh my god.
Everyone needs to play Soma. Even people who don't like horror games need to play Soma. That is an amazing game with an amazing story. The whole game is about what defines sentience. I guess, yeah. I mean, it's specifically it's about like what defines humanity, but like, same difference really.
Sure. I've never played Soma. I know for a fact I watched a walkthrough from Lanny Pator of Team 4-Star. Love his stuff. There to go.
Oh yeah, it's a great
Their own
game.
terms of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to
Oh, Lipsis Mark is here. How you doing?
discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men.
How's
If
it going?
any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be
pause it
granted
for a
it,
sec.
even at a
Ellipsis Mark, the stream has been moved to tomorrow. There will be a stream, and I will be getting to what I have been led to believe is the best Kingdom Hearts game. So again, anyone join me this same time tomorrow. I will be playing Kingdom Hearts 2. Want to chat for a bit? Like all my streams are basically like a Q&A. Impatiently playing Soma Vid when. You're the one. Are you asking me to impatiently play Soma, or are you saying that you might be playing Soma? Because I would absolutely tune into that. Mark.
Maybe
like
they're asking about me possibly as well.
Soma, Outer Wilds, dude. Like Mark, I'm all for that philosophical shit. Like any day or time that I'm not asleep or at work, I guess. So
Archives. I'm sorry I didn't see your comment. Wanna bet this dude would pull the same or similar Maverick level arguments for curses from JJK? I think he would argue, and this would be the correct answer, by the way. I think he would argue that curses and the way that they function in JJK are fine because they never say that that curses are inherently evil. It's just that they have a strong proclivity to, because they are the embodiment of negative human emotions, which is what cursed energy is. So he could just argue that, okay, these guys have way more leeway because of the way that they are specifically described within the story.
Yeah.
At least that would be the smart answer, right?
It all comes down to, and like, I guess like just whether or not there is like an explanation for it. Because at least his arguments about whether or not, about like the contradiction in demons having empathy, like not feeling emotion, is fundamentally misunderstanding what is being communicated by the lack of emotion that demons have. It's not a lack of all emotion, it is just the lack of empathy. All of his misunderstandings are based on that. The only thing left really is just that he doesn't seem to like the fact that there isn't an explanation why there is an inherently evil species in Frieren, that being monsters in general, not just demons. And again, we don't know how monsters came to be. Like I don't necessarily disagree that like there can be some something uncomfortable about the idea of like just an evolutionarily malicious species and like didn't have like some kind of because I more so say that in the sense that like what is it called what is it called that like something is innate to like a negative not the word I'm looking for. God damn it. I had it going into the stream.
Intrinsically evil?
It's like a really uncomfortable philosophical concept of the idea that like a species or a race can just be a specific way by nature.
Later, Josh.
I forget what it's called. It's like one of those really uncomfortable kind of, you know, not quite right in the head kinds of philosophies. I forget what it's called though. But like in that, if I'm fucking up how I'm explaining this, but like in the sense that like if just in the sense that like a biological essentialism, that's it. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark over here for the save. Biological essentialism, and like yeah, it is.
Oh,
that can be
that was used against black people. My favorite.
That can be, you know, I can understand someone being uncomfortable with like a world that is is justifying its evil races because of biological essentialism and not because of like, you know, other kinds of factors. But again, we don't know that that's what Frieren is saying because we don't know where monsters come from.
Yes.
We don't know that like Frieren is like encouraging biological essentialism because we don't fucking know where monsters come from.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, it is possible, God forbid, but it is possible for Frieren to fuck up later on in the story in this area. But fact of the matter is, it is clearly setting up something. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be critical of it because it's Frieren and it's setting up shit. But it's very clear from the evidence that we have described that that is what's happening.
Yeah, like if that was something that was crazy to think that I'm canonically illiterate. No, Mark, you are no one gets to call you illiterate when I can't even like remember. I had biological essentialism in my mind going into this because that was something I wanted to bring up just about this because it's kind of like inherent in this whole conversation.
And you lost it because
and then I lost it.
This guy spammed a bunch of Tolkien lore, okay?
Mark over here with the save. Let no one ever say that you're canonically illiterate, Mark. That is not true. And if like I am rewriting your canon, motherfucker.
Right. We're retconning, bitch. That's what we do. We're playing a good old George Lucas.
If it is just a matter, like, and this goes for, like, anything with evil races in it. If the issue is just that you feel like it dives into that, like, because of the lack of an explanation of how a race or a species becomes evil is just that it, you know, is diving into biological essentialism in universe. If that is just, like, the uncomfortable kind of thing about it, I can maybe understand that, but again, you can't really say that it's doing that if you don't know that where, like, how these creatures are evil. You can't know that for sure. And then all we're left with is just, oh, well, these, we're told that these creatures are supposed to be emotionless, but they're clearly not without emotion. I'm definitely not ignoring the fact that, like, the anime is hinting at, like, using the term emotion in reference to empathy and not all emotion in general. It's just...
Totally. Also, yeah, do not let this guy touch Dark Souls for fuck's sake. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna get into that because we've already digressed enough. Also, Frieren seems to be about that as a whole. Both with demons and her relationship with Himmel, the story frames Frieren as a person with a strong sense of who she is that can still change given time. Yeah. Alright.
Of cruelty and treachery. Captives must not be tormented, not even to discover information for the defense of the homes of elves and men. If any orcs surrendered and asked for mercy, they must be granted it, even at a cost. This was the teaching of the wise, though in the horror of the war, it was not always heeded. Which, all in all, is incredibly fascinating, that Tolkien, a devout Catholic who was writing monstrous villains for a fantasy novel, couldn't help but think they weren't inherently evil because of the way he wrote them. In a story with a literal evil magical force, even he felt that after inadvertently giving them intelligence and emotion, and thus sentience, they were closer to corrupted men than purely evil beasts. As Christina Fawcett writes in her analysis of Tolkien's morality, as figures of corruption,
it shouldn't really matter whether they are corrupted or not, because they're creatures who want to, you know, kill people. So of course people are going to want to defend themselves.
Treating them as like mobs or whatever isn't like inherently antiquated to that idea.
Listen, if you and a bunch of your butt-fuck ugly or not butt-fuck ugly friends decide to come to my place and storm it with, all your orc buddies. I'm not giving a fuck if you have empathy or not. I'm getting my pump action, and like I'm waiting. My fingers on the trigger, motherfucker. I don't care. You are trying to kill me.
Yeah.
I don't see what the issue is. It's just
me neither. Whatever.
Orcs are opponents in an ideological battle. While other authors incorporate the idea of groups of goblins as warriors, Tolkien is the first to show the monster in the role of a soldier. The orcs have no choice in their role. They are captured, tortured, and changed. The orcs' actions are not excused by their history. They are still violent, vicious threats to the peace of Middle-earth. Yet knowing their origin does raise disquiet about the fight between the orcs and the other races of Middle-earth. Going back to Frieren, it should be obvious from everything I've set up that we encounter the same dilemma that Tolkien did. If demons
Not
are pure
really,
evil,
but
they
okay.
shouldn't really be sentient.
Oh.
And if the demons are sentient, they shouldn't be pure evil. However, demons in Frieren are shown to be clearly sentient. They're easily more intelligent and inquisitive than even the orcs are. We've seen plenty of evidence.
Yes, which makes me think that demons work differently from the orcs. Oh, and is that the story directly acknowledging that? I wonder if that leads to anything. Anyway.
Of them showing emotion.
What
You can
was
make a
his
strong
argument?
argument that they
No, I don't. No,
you already know.
it was-
We're going to lose.
Yeah.
We're going
So
to lose.
it was they shouldn't be evil if they have sentient. Like if they're evil,
Yeah,
they can't
just
be
that
sentient,
full
and if they're
stop.
sentient, they can't be evil.
Full stop. Yeah.
So again, it just all depends on like how we're defining evil then.
Yes.
Because if we are defining, because it seems to me like Frieren is defining demons just as this predator that hunts humans and preys on humans and just also uses deception as a means to be able to better hunt and kill humans. I get like that just all depends on like, are we considering that as, evil or not? And why does sentience necessarily contradict that? Why does the existence of sentience... Again, like, there is so much about this that I feel is just so poorly explained, and I'm not getting any of it. I need to shut up because we have 30 minutes left, and I'm going to be on this forever, and we're going to find more stuff to complain about, so I just need to...
Sure.
All right.
express empathy too, and they have a clear-cut sense of morality. So if we handed Frieren to Tolkien and asked him to evaluate it, I strongly believe that he'd think the demons weren't worthy of mindlessly killing. They should have a soul, and any evilness on their part would be due to a conscious choice or corruption, which could always be reversed. Now, a lot of
Why?
Why?
Their
Why?
first instinct is to eat my daughter. Sorry, my nephews. Like, what in the world?
And again, his argument that they have sentience is like that in the fight, they felt sorry that like one of their allies was dying.
And
But
they
like
feel
doesn't consider the
pain
possibility of the
because
reason
their
why they're
arm got
upset
fucking
about
cut off.
Yeah, like it's but they never consider the possibility that like or that he never considers the possibility that the reason why they're upset is because they're losing.
Yeah. And again, whatever. I'm not even going to. I'm not going to do. Like, even if the demons are capable of some kind of emotion, in a human sense, as you say, let's just give it to them right there. What is their first instinct? What is their first instinct? Oh, to
Kill all
gobble up.
humans.
Yeah, to kill people. That is their first instinct. Meaning that the cost of turning them good is a price way too high. Qualm's one spell nearly slaughtered the entirety of humanity's forces. It took Frieren turning that bitch to stone and studying his magic so they can freaking make Teslas out of that motherfucker and fight back against the demons where they would actually have a chance in the war. They were at a stalemate for over 100 years up to that point. That's how much of a big deal this was. Are you fucking serious?
Yes. Completely.
God. Don't let this guy touch Toku either. Dear Harui, don't let him touch King Oga. Yeah. Oh my God. So within this critique of Tolkien's writing, where's the criticism of free? Well, yeah, there it is. They have a corrupted morality. Yeah. Oh God. Man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
But just to make things clear, even removing the concept of souls, religion, and definitive morality given by God entirely, which is pretty easy to do because Frieren is a bit more agnostic, the dilemma still applies. Because what the soul means is more important here. Creatures who are sentient and intelligent and capable of morality are said to have a soul because that's what grants them higher consciousness. And any being with that must also have the other aspects of consciousness. The ability to reason, be self-aware, have free will.
What if you have a species in which those other higher concepts are much less inhibited or muted in some way?
You know,
it might not be necessarily possible.
Have
Yeah, good.
Sorry, no, rock paper scissors. Go.
You do it this time. You go. You've been itching for
Motherfucker. All right, fine. We'll finish this next Otakon then. But like, sociopaths have intelligence. They have sentience. You know,
Yeah.
like if there was just like if this was a species that just was more inclined to be sociopathic, like 99% of the time, that was just like part of this species. Again, like I don't see the issue with this. Like it all just because they have sentience that like they just cannot be evil, or at least not bioessentialism. Well, again, unless we don't know if like they are biologically essential this way. We don't know how monsters were created. Like that's the thing though.
Fuck?
Is that because like if we're gonna excuse creatures like orcs for being, you know, created in a certain way, and we don't know how monsters came to be, we just know that they are evil, that they like to, you know, kill things and people and just, you know, that kind of humans in general.
Yep.
Again, like that is because that's the main thing, is that like if we are accepting of like the idea of corruption or inherently evil created, you know, races like the orcs in Lord of the Rings, then so long as we don't know how the monsters were created, then that rules out that as an argument. And if that is ruled out, then that does allow for an inherently sociopathic species, like demons and just monsters in general, because we don't know.
Yeah, we don't even know. Rival says it clearly here. Okay, so then the rules of Tolkien exist in Frieren. Did the author of Frieren say that demons don't have souls? No, not to my knowledge. I feel like this guy missed the point of the comparison. You can convince the demons from Frieren to not eat people and do evil if they have a one true king figure from Remnant 2 keeping them in check. I don't know about that. Like, I'm pretty sure demons like need humans for food or something. But yeah.
So removing the soul from the equation, the causes and effects remain. Orcs and demons are sentient, intelligent, and morally capable beings. Therefore, they must be capable of reason, self-awareness, and change. They can't be pure evil because they have the ability to choose not to be. They already have their own system of morality. There's no reason they couldn't adopt another.
Why does it matter?
Well, there are reasons why they can't adopt another. That is their animalistic instincts.
Yeah, like why is this necessarily a problem?
You don't need a species origins to be bioessentialist. In fact, bioessentialist kind of requires a level of ignorance to believe in, of course.
Yeah.
But again, it's just like, God damn it.
But again, like it's more so just the fact that like if we can accept like, you know, evil races in other series by the basis that like if we can accept like the orcs in D&D being evil because they were created by an evil let me use one that's like even better. If we can accept like that the Terminators are evil in the sense that they were created by Skynet.
I can still.
Oh yeah,
you,
sure.
But yeah, just do your thing.
So I mainly say this because I like to bring up Terminators as like an example because they're robots, but like the Terminator's origin is in essence, or at least at its very core, not too different from like Orc's origins from Forgotten Realms. To my understanding, is that they were created by one specific entity with a specific goal in mind, and thus the motivations of their creations tend to also align in that regard. And so, since their creator had what you could describe as evil intentions, or at least very destructive intentions, even if you don't want to use the word evil, therefore it then is ascribed to like the rest of them. This isn't like, I suppose if you want to say that is biologically essential, I guess I can see that. It doesn't argue for the idea of biological essentialism because or at least not in like a realistic sense, because they didn't evolve to be that way. They were just created that way. Terminators were created by Skynet for them to wipe out humanity, and Orcs were also created by the one-eyed god Grummish in order for them to destroy all the creations of the other gods in the pantheon. So it would make sense that because they were created with this intention in mind, that they would then act in this very consistently evil way. Because to my understanding, the reason why biological is very harmful philosophy is because it assumes that evolutionarily you can have a species that or just an animal that morally behaves a specific way near universally, when that really isn't the case. God, I don't even want to talk about it because it is such an uncomfortable thing. Whereas it's understandable why an entire group of beings that are made by one specific person would all behave in a very similar way because they were created specifically to behave that way. Biological essentialism is fine in fiction. My problem is people flat out lying about what the argument is, which is basically this is bioessentialism and I don't like it. Okay, because that's that's basically I think that basically sums up what I'm saying too, is that really just having those kinds of stuff in fiction, just portraying them in a very specific kind of way that makes it in a fictitious kind of environment. I'm sorry, I'm trying to come up with more things to talk about. I might as well get caught up on chat while Kaiser's still away. Sorry, Lextorias, that card is bad to use in an argument. We really shouldn't be using dead men in our fictional in our fiction arguments. We have no clue how Tolkien would react to this series. Honestly, I'd like to go back through some of the quotes that he threw up on screen, just as God, if I could pull it up. I closed out of browser because I thought that it was eating up all my RAM. I'll do it some other time, but some of the quotes from Tolkien that he just kind of skimmed by, I want to go back and check up on those. Okay, so the rules of Tolkien exist in... Oh yeah, we reread that one. Let's see. Keep this man away from Bloodborne. Yeah. Being intelligent makes it so that you can never choose evil. Only tornadoes are evil. God. Fucking tornadoes, man, just being evil all the time. You have a certain race in your story, always being bad at its explanation just by them being bad. It makes you wonder if the writer makes some sort of political propaganda against the fantasy species, or that they are lazy writers.
I don't think it's necessarily usually political, really. And it's just okay, they have a thing in mind and they're trying to shoot for it, but they just don't really stick the landing, which is fine to point out. But
I think it could, depending on the context, it can potentially be political if it is showing if it is demonstrating biological essentialism as a mirror to reality, if the story itself, not that
the thing.
Yeah, but like a lot of times they aren't. You know,
Yeah, they're not.
Sometimes
Like
an orc is just an orc.
Yeah, that's the issue that, of course, I had in my video of people saying this shit last year, because they're saying that, oh my god, guys, if people watching Frieren are gonna watch the demons be evil for the sake of being evil, and they're gonna kill a bunch of black people. Like, no, that's not how that works. Okay? Demons, in the way that they are portrayed in Frieren, are nothing like any race that exists in real life at all. There is no parallel. So any chance of somebody looking at the show and doing some wacko flacko shit is entirely dependent on the person doing it in the first place. Like, that's their fucking problem. Right? But anyways, though. Back to this nonsense.
Individual demons may still be evil, and many in the story are, but due to the nature of the dilemma, it shouldn't be the entire race by default.
Okay, which is why, again, we keep...
Why not?
I'm guessing that's where he gets the second half in Mocked, when he talks about Mocked, probably.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to take over for a lot of that.
Sure.
Demons that committed atrocities and participated in a violent war are not excused by the knowledge that they may have the ability to become good. The demons killed throughout the show are almost always instigators to conflict, after all. But it does raise disquiet about Frieren's intent to eradicate them. Anyway, it's time for manga spoilers.
If they... No, like, pause it. Like, regardless of, like, empathy
From what
or
we've
not,
seen of the demons...
Okay, like, it is not uncomfortable that, like, you have a character who wants to destroy a lot of these creatures because these creatures are inclined to destroy humanity. It's not uncomfortable. Like,
yeah,
it is
really isn't.
in this... Yeah, like, regardless of whether or not a creature is inherently disposed to be able to change or not, if it is trying to kill me, I am going to kill it first. It's not a matter of, like, whether or not it has the ability to change or not. It is the fact that it is trying to kill me that makes me lose any sort of... Like, if anything, I'm going to want to throw away any empathy for it, because if I do not eliminate it, it is going to kill me.
Yep. Imagine if mosquitoes were human size. I
Like,
think that would
and
make
again,
it very easy.
Like, let's use a specific example. That little demon girl who Himmel met a while ago. Like, even if like you wanted to like have the whole, maybe it could change if, you know, it just was given another chance, and then maybe it killed someone else and it was just given another chance, it's like, even if it had the capacity to change, if it had to keep killing people to do it, why is it worth giving it that? Like, you can say maybe it's sad that has to happen, but it's like, why are you saying that it is a bad thing in writing, that like they're written that way, when like it makes sense why people want to eliminate these demons if they are so emotionally and empathetically distant from humans and are constantly killing humans also, that they are completely incompatible with human society.
I have some apple cobbler, by the way.
oh, nice. Delicious.
Yeah, homemade from Thanksgiving and stuff.
Oh,
by the way, guys, happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hope y'all are staying platinum.
But yeah, this guy just...
That's all I had to say.
The show and what I've talked about so far, there are some serious questions raised, and the manga does directly try to answer these, and has an entire arc focused on the possibility of coexistence between humans and demons. So now it's time to get into that.
Time on all of this other shit.
It does feel like there's a lot of stuff. Like, even when he was reading all that stuff from Tolkien, when it really I didn't see what it was connecting with. It feels like a lot of this is just padding. Listen, I'm not one to like say Longman bad, but like there's a couple times in here where it feels like it is. It does feel like there are some at parts where like he's not really getting to the point, or he's kind of meandering from the point. Anyways, because like you're talking about Frieren demons, this isn't something I guess with like a lot of the background explanation, maybe, but like as we've already gone over, he's been inclined to kind of like
omit details and shit.
Yeah.
You know, this little thing, like, okay, I probably shouldn't use lying. I don't think he's purposefully lying. I do believe he is being very fallacious because he has an argument and he is tunnel visioned into an argument that he finds particularly engaged with, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to assume dishonesty either. Like, it's more than likely, I feel like, yeah, he is just getting tunnel vision on certain things, and he's just kind of missing a lot of the things. Like, he thought that most of Frieren was fight scenes. That, like, there were a lot of fights in Frieren. And there really, like...
There really weren't.
I don't think he's like, why would someone like, no one would lie about something so obviously and verifiably untrue. I think he's just ignorant about like some of these kinds of things.
Yeah. Like, again, go back to the beginning of the video. He's trying to explain a feeling that he had in his gut. He's focusing in on a lot of that. Excuse me. Pulling a Rick Sanchez there, and I feel that is, I feel that is clouding his judgment and his ability to assess the work in question. That's the problem. Which that is no good, you know.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't go well. Now, the specific arc I'm talking about is the Golden City arc, or El Dorado as the most popular fan translation calls it. Leading into El Dorado, there are a couple of interesting interactions with the demons we see, most notably being another example of a demon asking a question about the meaning of something. This time, why humans care about their dead, before getting dismissed again. This demon is actually a young child who is shown to be happy and energetic like a human kid even when humans aren't around. And in an interaction that honestly surprised me, they kill a human, look to their superior with a smile on their face, and say, I did it, master, praise me, and then get cut in half. What the fuck? Why? They think the human is dead, clearly, but they're showing excitement.
Yeah, it's almost like there's something worth focusing on.
It's almost like they lack empathy.
Later.
Yeah. It's almost like they lack empathy.
Well, that's the thing, because again, hyperfixating on the idea that they should not have any emotion at all, which is not how that works.
That's not, no, it isn't.
Yeah, it really, really, really isn't. And again, the fact that this scene is shown so early on, this is one of the arcs that I was describing, by the way. I thought it was after El Dorado, but this is actually before El Dorado, and I forgot about that. I apologize. This is supposed to be a matter of debate within the story itself. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the thing. Wait, so if I reverse this guy's logic for Wolfenstein, wouldn't this guy be saying that the show is being biased and unfair against a very bad word I can't say on YouTube enemies in the game? I have no idea. Kaiser, I'm starting to think this guy shouldn't cook.
Well, I mean, at least Thanksgiving is over. So.
Oh, man.
And looking for praise from their superior? A demon, a creature described as this emotionless antisocial murder monster, is bursting at the seams with a desire for approval. It cares enough about this other demon that it wants them to praise them? What? Anyways, we eventually get to El Dorado, and for anyone who hasn't read it, who skipped my spoiler warning, the basic premise is that a powerful demon, Mocked, one of the big boys in the Demon King's army, has turned a city to gold and has been sealed inside it by a magic barrier. Long story short, he was the advisor to a lord of a city who put a bracelet on him, ensuring that if he ever harbored any malice towards anyone in that city, he would die instantly. Yet, he turned the whole place to gold anyways. Curious. Short story long, we spend several chapters exploring Mock's memories, where we learn that demons do not actually know what the concept of malice and guilt even are. Mock says he understands all the other emotions, fear, anger, sorrow. This is what helps confirm demons feel these things for real, by the way. But malice and guilt are just completely foreign to him, as they are to all demons.
Again, understanding what the...
Yeah, understanding what they are and how humans behave is not the same thing as having those things yourself. Which, granted, I will, you know, give an olive branch and say, yeah, demons do in some level feel those other emotions. Yes. But that is because we are following this guy's perspective. We are following a demon's perspective. That's the fucking point. Holy shit. God, dude. Again, reliable and unreliable narration. Basic storytelling, it just works, okay? It just fucking works. You know?
Mock starts devoting his life to finding out how to feel them, because he considers himself a pacifist who just wants to coexist with humans. Yet, the way he tries to learn what emotions are is just by slaughtering villages and getting kids to kill each other in front of him. This
yeah,
almost like he lacks empathy.
Yeah, not only that, but also, yeah, that is before he came to the city of Weiss, the city that he turned into gold. He did all of that torturing and killing and stuff before he got there. You are fucking up the order of events here. I can't wait for this arc to be animated. Dude, this will be the best arc in anime in like the past 10 years.
I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be so fucking good, dude. Oh my god! And then people are gonna bitch about this all over again, and now I'll have to just strap up and do this shit all over again. Because how many times do we have to keep teaching you this fucking lesson, okay?
How many times must we teach you this lesson, old man?
Yeah, yo.
Eventually leads him to become the right-hand man of a corrupt lord, who becomes his best friend, since they both openly consider themselves evil and think they can learn from each other. And he serves this lord for many years. It takes 20 before someone even thinks to put that bracelet on him. But eventually, after feeling like he learned everything he could, Mock turns the town and his best friend to gold anyways, just to see if he feels something. He doesn't. During this, it is explained by a demon that demons do not feel malice or guilt because they've evolved to hunt and kill humans. So killing humans is in their instinct, and feeling empathy isn't. Because if they felt bad for their prey, they would go extinct.
You got it! Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner! Video's
got
over!
It. But wait, there's more!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wait! I'm sure he's gonna like give an argument against this.
Serious? Right. Okay.
Are we finally gonna get into the meat and potatoes?
Where the fuck? Where the fuck is this gonna go wrong? Holy shit. Okay. I'm going to see if I can speed up the playback a little bit. Just a little bit. Speed. Here we go. Damn, there's no custom speed in this thing? Okay.
This is coupled with the idea of convergent evolution, that demons evolve to be similar to humans but are in fact so distant as to be alien to us. Just like how an orca and a shark might look and act similar even if one is a mammal and the other isn't. As they say, for a demon to try and understand human emotions would be like trying to understand the inner workings of an ant. And because...
Dude, Frieren is so good. Frieren is so fucking good. This conversation between this other demon, Solitar, and Mocked is so goddamn interesting. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, enlighten us. Enlighten us, Kaiser.
Yeah, so, let him cook. Hey, bye. Yeah, so, like, I mean, he explains this right here. Yeah, he explained this actually eloquently, to be honest, as opposed to most of the other video where he's just omitting details. Yeah, as far as I remember, since, again, I haven't reread the manga in preparation for this, because I just haven't had a chance to. I've been working on this new video, okay?
I mean,
this
we can
new
move on.
arcade
Like, if you
game.
don't quite remember, I just because you
No.
pointed it out, it just felt like. But I mean, we can move on. If
No,
you...
it's okay. But this is a perfect summation of their view, and it puts the question in your mind, the capacity for demons and humans to coexist, right? All of this is meant as a tragedy. What happens to Mocked at the end of this arc is tragic, because on some level, it kind of shows that in a lot of ways they were so close to coming to some kind of understanding that a demon can maybe kinda sorta surpass their nature, but because of all the harm that they have caused, they are unable to reach that conclusion.
Yeah.
That to say that like the arc contradicts this is just removing the fucking tragedy of it, because the whole point is that in a lot of ways, yes, Frieren is right, but in other ways there is a perspective of Mock's story that she does not have. I mean yes, she did get some of his memories because of magic bullshit. That's not super important. But again, she doesn't have the whole story. That's the point.
Similar, even if one is a mammal and the other isn't. As they say, for a demon to try and understand human emotions would be like trying to understand the inner workings of an ant. And because their primary instinct is to kill, to search for coexistence means to endanger humanity. The closer a demon gets to humans to learn more about them, the more of them they'll end up killing, because they just can't help it. Even Mocked just destroyed an entire town on a whim. So at the end of the arc, when Frieren faces off against him, she tells him that even if it were possible for demons to learn to coexist, it would take so long and leave so many people dead that it wouldn't even be worth it to pursue.
Based!
Yeah. That's exactly what I was saying. It's literally exactly what I've been saying about the kid. Is that like, yeah, maybe you could teach that kid to, get along with the rest of the village. How many villagers would he have to kill before that happens? You might not even have a village by the time he learns to.
Dude,
if he even does.
God, yeah, dude, and you have all of these answers right in front of you, and you even prefaced with saying that you read further in the manga. So
I'm sure we're gonna.
Why the hell?
We're gonna get his arguments.
Did we spend all of this time losing the plot? You have literally just disproven half of your video because you spent all of this time going through all of this rigmarole and saying that the story is contradicting itself when it is clearly setting up for a twist. Again, writing 101 classes, okay? Reading comprehension. It will save brain cells. Anyway.
Frieren couldn't let it happen. It's effectively not an option. As she tells us, the Demon King himself wanted coexistence too, and that's what led to 1/3 of humanity being wiped out in the first place. So this changes basically our entire understanding of the demons. Now the question of evil is fully shifted from any kind of magic or divinity towards essentially biological determinism, the idea that they're programmed to act this way and don't have any way of stopping.
That's literally what it was from the beginning. You were just too cucked to believe it, but whatever.
What did he say that it was moved away from? Spiritual something or other?
Moved away from any spiritual or divine influence to biodeterminism.
How do we know that?
Yeah.
How do we know that?
Yeah, we never, how can we move away from something if we were never there to begin with?
Yeah. We know that they evolved from monsters.
That's
monsters are clearly
very,
very different creatures from like other animals. How do we know that monsters weren't created like in some spiritual kind of way? And again, like why?
I'm so fucking lost. I mean, I'm not lost. I'm just lost that he's lost. I'm looking at him. It's like he's gotten so many answers wrong. Why? We lost the plot so long ago that we're on a different fucking planet. Oh, God, dude. Oh, my God.
It would take so long and leave so many people dead that it wouldn't even be worth it to pursue. Frieren couldn't let it happen. It's effectively not an option. As she tells us, the Demon King himself wanted coexistence too, and that's what led to 1/3 of humanity being wiped out in the first place. So this changes basically our entire understanding of the demons. Now the question of evil is fully shifted from any kind of magic or divinity towards essentially biological determinism, the idea that they're programmed to act this way and don't have any way of stopping it. Demons are born to hunt and kill, and it's so deeply ingrained in their alien nature that that's just how it is. They're not evil out of malice, just out of instinct. And I've seen people argue that morality shouldn't even be applied to the demons at all because of this, the idea being that a predator without empathy doesn't even know what they're doing is wrong, so they can't be evil. The specific line I've seen used being, they're like a house cat killing mice. But I'd just like to remind you, unlike a house cat or a tiger or a bear or whatever, demons are intelligent enough to understand how their actions affect people. And they already have an understanding of morality. That's the most important part here. They have a concept that you can do something wrong because that's how they view Frieren's trickery. They just don't understand that killing people is wrong.
Well, yeah, they understand how their actions affect people. They don't care. Like, they don't have empathy for other people.
Yeah, so
their whole thing is about, like, hunting humans.
Yeah, he's reiterating what we have been saying this entire time, that all of this is based on a specific type of biology. So we got there. So I have no idea what the rest of this video is going to be about. I think maybe it might be about stuff that is just past the El Dorado arc, in which case I'll be a bit out of luck because I haven't finished the manga yet, because life be lifing, man. Life be lifing. So, yeah.
Lack morals, they just have a hard time adopting ours. Also, just because I've seen so much of it online, evil does not have anything to do with maliciousness. The fact that they feel no malice towards the people they kill means effectively nothing. By human standards, and the standards of the story, killing innocent people is morally reprehensible. It is an evil thing to do and to be okay with doing. The emotions you did or did not feel during, be damned. And they do it even though they don't have to. The story brings up multiple times that they don't need to eat humans to survive. Frieren even all but calls this an excuse when a demon says that's why they killed someone. Oh, and by the way, the manga does drop basically every other pretense that they're wild animals during this arc. I mean, throughout the whole thing, they're emotional and empathetic towards other demons, like, the entire time. Here's a demon being sad their friends are dead and helping another demon because he reminded her of them. Here's a demon saying they use fear to control other demons. Here's a demon doing a fucking yandere smile because they just love fighting so much. Mocked when he dies, goes and visits his best friend for no other reason than because he misses him. I'm just gonna stop considering this a point I even have to argue, because it should be obvious by now. But as you might guess, even after changing our understanding, we haven't changed or solved the dilemma at all. Shifting the demons from the classic interpretation of evil beings created or corrupted by some dark force to what are essentially sociopaths with a serial killer gene doesn't change that they're beings who we're told are wholly irredeemable because of this, even though they can think logically and understand morality and all that. We're just told that doesn't matter. They can't. Their intentions don't actually mean anything, because their nature is to be evil, and even if they try to overcome that, that will just result in them doing more evil. The story is still claiming every single demon is unworthy of mercy, and Frieren is in the right for wanting to eradicate them. She knew about the demon's desire for coexistence all along. After all, this isn't even a revelation for her. She doesn't care if...
Why is that a bad thing? I have no idea why in any sense that is a bad thing. So what you're... so you know why the demons are the way that they are. Yes. You know that if we try to convert them, you will literally have to rewrite the entire Geneva Convention with the amount of bodies that will be on the ground as a fucking result of doing so. Yes. And you understand why the story would frame it as a somewhat, disheartening, but ultimately good thing to eradicate them. Yeah. But you still have a problem with it. Yes. My brain. I can't, I've lost it. I can't get it back. I'm sorry. No more Kaiser Shonen, guys. Goodbye.
Can't help you there. Yeah. No! Oh no, and we were 21 minutes away from finishing.
What would it cost humanity and the demons in order to coexist? Yeah, it would literally be millions of lives. Because that's what happened to the Demon Lord. That's what he tried to do.
I feel like what he's saying is that, like, it shouldn't. That, like, they shouldn't be inherently evil because, like, they have emotions. And therefore, they should be able to understand and they should be able to work peacefully with humans. So,
because you're trying to find mercy, you do realize that there are very few people and magics in Frieren that would allow them to contain a demon, right? Especially long enough for them to actually, convert them, right?
Yeah,
Which
but
means
they
you-
shouldn't have to convert them because demons have emotion and sentience, and they should be able to understand.
I mean, well, I don't know if he's saying they shouldn't be converted. I think he's trying to say that they should try because they are sentient. But he understands that there is a biological deterministic nature to them that will make that next to fucking impossible. And because the demons, fighting the demons, is not the main point of the story, that is just a major plot point, but is not the point. The point is going to the afterlife so that Frieren can deal with all her sexy feelings towards him.
Yeah.
That is the main point of the show. That is the main point of the show. So I have no
sorry, I'm
idea
also
why
struggling
this dude's just coping with this. I have no idea.
Yeah. And I'm struggling to find stuff to comment on just because I'm not familiar with like a lot of these, because I haven't gotten this far in the manga. So I'm sorry if I am silent for a lot of these.
No, it's fair. My dude, Aaron Green, my dude, the Demon Lord genocided the elves. There's only 3 elves left that we currently know of, and there's only 1 male out of 3. That is true, yeah.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah, there
some
are
people
3
just
elves.
Oppose bioessential out of principle. That's what the video is about. Simple as. Well, that's fucking stupid. This is a fictional story.
Yeah.
You should be allowed to explore any kind of uncomfortable scientific fact as possible, as long as you don't relate it to shit in real life in a way that disparages people from having sympathy towards real, living, breathing people. This shit doesn't have to fucking matter that much. It's not that goddamn deep. If that's what this guy is saying, I don't know. We'll have to keep going.
There's a chance they might change. She wants them all dead before that can happen. And the story never elaborates on why this change is so difficult.
Yeah, because
it
they
tells us it's
killed all of humanity before them. You said this. I'm sorry.
What?
No,
Wait,
don't
what?
Don't
What?
stop on my account.
What?
Oh, she would kill them before they ever get the chance to change. You literally said that, like, if you
Wait,
acknowledge
no,
that if they
no,
gave
no,
the
no,
chance to change, that it would kill so many people that it wouldn't be worth it. You acknowledge that she.
What?
You can't stop.
On.
Hold
on.
on. Don't stop.
Hold on.
Kaiser, we can't stop yet.
Yeah, we can't. Oh.
Every single demon is unworthy of mercy, and Frieren is in the right for wanting to eradicate them. She knew about the demon's desire for coexistence all along, after all. This isn't even a revelation for her. She doesn't care if there's a chance they might change. She wants them all dead before that can happen. And the story never elaborates on why this change is so difficult. It tells us it's difficult, that they just can't fathom empathy and not killing, and that they'd kill every human before they got anywhere, but it just defaults back to it being in their nature, which is apparently something they cannot overcome, even though humans and other races clearly can. Frieren's
Okay, and that took millions and millions and billions of fucking years. I'm pretty sure if freaking Twilight was here, she can literally tell us the exact number of years it took us to evolve. But if our evolution involved us literally genociding other species to extinction, and us instinctually wanting to genocide those other races, I think those other races would have every single fucking right to try to kill us. Every single right. Because that is their survival over ours. I'm sorry. I don't want freaking 10,000 people to die just to save one freaking alien that wants to kill me. It's sad, but it is what it is.
It is what
That's
it
the point of the
is.
tragedy. That's the tragedy of the fucking God.
We can't stop. We can't stop, Kaiser. We got 21 minutes left.
entire journey is about learning to connect with others emotionally, even though that's not in her nature as an elf. That's literally what the story is about. But with the demons, it just repeats.
Well, here's the thing. The difference is that her instincts are not predatory. It's literally a contrast. Is a contrast between the demons and Frieren herself. The demons and elves are very, very similar. It's supposed to be a contrast. The demons are meant to symbolize what Frieren could have been if she was not empathetic. That is literally... Dude, how can you be so freaking tired and so, like, triggered by shonen tropes, but not understand the most basic bitch shonen concept, which is contrasting of the main villains with the main character? You just missed that by a freaking planetary mile. Or light year, I guess. Fuck it.
I need to get a drink. Do not stop on my account, since I assume that a lot of this is still going to be based on context from the El Dorado arc. I'm just going to be right back. I'm just going to get a drink real quick, so you can...
Yeah, the cost it would take for demons to coexist would be millions of dead. Perhaps for just one demon to maybe understand human emotion fully, and even then, that doesn't mean they'll be good. Yeah, it would still... Let's say we convert one demon. The next demon that he gives birth to, I guess, would have to learn all of the... relearn and... suppress all of those negative instincts. And then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. Because that's how fucking biology works. We have to continuously evolve and do shit in order to stop it. Right? Habitual behavior. We have to make that into muscle memory, basically. That's why, we have gone away from the times of Unga and Bunga and into the times of Bill and Ted.
I'm back.
Okay. Oh, thank you. You're back. But yeah, and we gone into the times of Bill and Ted. But you can't. It's so fun. But here's the thing. Again, how many people have to die in order for this to happen? Literally thousands of people were encased in a golden city for almost several decades, years of their lives, and their ability to catch up with the world completely fucking lost to them. And they haven't been able to trade with any cities. They don't know how much society has changed. All of this stuff is incredibly important. And then likely, if Mocht was able to win, which he almost did, those people would have been stuck forever. So, fuck off. I'm not leaving that shit up to chance either. Are you serious? Oh no, man. It's so fucking stupid.
Repeatedly says it can't be done. That's just the way it is. And you'll never know why, because they're aliens, so we'll never understand them.
What do you mean you'll never know?
Okay.
This is a guy... This is a guy who gets told the exact reason why rain falls from the sky. But for some reason, for some dumbass reason, he doesn't like that answer. Right? So he keeps saying, but why though? Like he's a fucking 3-year-old. You were given a reason. Several reasons. Biology, evolution. I don't understand. And they're evolving out of those instincts. If Twilight was here, she would probably let us know the number of different instincts that humanity has had, that Homo sapiens have had over generation upon generation, that we literally had to unlearn completely for us to function as we are today. And that took thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years and a huge amount of sacrifice. I don't know, man. It's so weird. I don't understand. Oh, shit. Ares Archives. That's ignoring the chance one of them would become resentful or feel oppressed over something like that and start some shit. That is true. there is a possibility that the demon would feel like, oh, why should I be suppressed from my feelings? You know, pull a freaking toga from MHA. Yeah. I don't know, man.
And the strangest part of it all is that this is happening while one of the most prominent themes throughout this arc, the one that Frieren herself faces, is the idea that nothing is impossible. It's a theme that exists throughout the story, but here they specifically focus on it. We see Frieren give up several times because she thinks something can't be done, and we see someone alongside her keep trying anyways. And through their efforts, they convince Frieren that it's possible, so she does it. Nothing is impossible.
Yeah, it's
okay, but like
that's the contrast.
Did people die? Did people die from like their numerous attempts?
No.
Like, were there people who were dying from them trying and trying again?
In the context of this specific scene right here, with Himmel's party in the past, Frieren is fighting one of the Sages of Destruction, basically the Organization 13 of the Demon Lord's posse, right? And they are stuck in an unbreakable barrier. They are trying to figure out a way out of the barrier. Because if they don't, they will probably just starve and die in there. That's it. No one else is hurt because of their actions. That is the difference, dog. The sacrifice for doing the impossible are people who are willful participants in that activity.
Mm-hmm.
Are there children dying in this scene? No. Are there freaking fathers being ripped away from their families? No. Just this freaking magic-loving gremlin, this pretty boy narcissist hero, this drunken priest, and this homebody dwarf are in an adventure that they knew the risk of and that they are willing to move heaven and earth to break their way out of, with the hero's encouragement. No, but there's just no difference, guys. There's just no difference.
No,
They're doing the same thing, guys.
In this world, says the manga, while having a character find it impossible to overcome their nature, while Frieren says it is impossible for demons and humans to coexist without bloodshed.
Well, no, she didn't say it is
Well, yeah, without.
Well, yeah, oh yeah, without bloodshed. Yes.
Without bloodshed, yeah, it is impossible to coexist without bloodshed.
I'm sorry.
Like,
how would you be able to do it then? How?
Literally, our introduction to demons was already kind of like proof enough of that. When like the village was trying to teach this kid, you know, even after it ate a child, they're like, mayor took them in, and the kid still killed the mayor, and then took the child as a hostage. Like, weren't able to teach this demon empathy, and it still ended up killing people. How many more people would it have killed to try to teach it that? Yes, like, fundamentally, it's already been proven that they cannot coexist without bloodshed, without an insane amount of bloodshed.
It is unreal. Can anyone else hear James Somerton in the way this guy explains his what the fuck? Oh my god, that is a name that I have not heard in 1,000 years. In one of the most recent chapters, we are told that demons don't really need to eat humans to survive. Oh yeah, I think he did mention that earlier. So, they just prefer them as prey due to the evolutionary changes they had, yeah. You would have to make modifications on the structural level. Yes, and that would take a whole lot of sacrifice to do. Like, not to mention, as a whole, human mages are not stronger than demons. Like,
it would genuinely be easier if, like, the demons were... Like, if enough demons really cared about just peace with humans, it would genuinely be easier for them to be like, we are going to claim this big plot of land where we can coexist amongst one another, amongst our own kind. We will stay far the fuck away from humans so long as humans stay far the fuck away from us.
Yeah.
Like, that would be an easy... I feel like, again, it's hard for me to speak on this stuff because I haven't like seen anything past where the anime ended. but I feel like if demons really cared about any kind of coexistence, be like giving humans their space for maybe a couple thousand years, let a lot of the animosity against demons and all the stuff they've done kind of just, soothe for a little bit, and then maybe try to talk things out a little bit. Because, again, it's just, maybe that's also, requires an understanding of, their own harm. But, I mean, again, it's just, I feel like if this was, I don't know, I just feel like it would, that's on it. All I'm saying is that, that would be an easier way to peace than trying to, actually coexist with other humans, is if that was a piece that they kind of really wanted. But again, I haven't seen anything past the anime, so it's hard for me to say that kind of stuff.
But yeah, no. I agree with you there, though. There are so many ways in which they could have potentially fought against their nature, or to, give some kind of peace offering, but they don't, because they couldn't really fight it off, And again, this guy explained thoroughly why this is the case. It's basic biology, but he just doesn't want to engage with it. And because, okay, again, he's hyperfixating on another word or another thematic point within the story. That nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible! Okay, he is invoking Frankie Muniz. He's using the Frankie Muniz defense in order to just lampshade the fact that both of these instances are completely damn different. And that it makes sense that Frieren would not want to take that chance. But you know what? The fact that they have addressed this might mean that there is a chance that someday maybe they could do something about that. But guess what? The story isn't fucking finished yet. This is the second major arc of the story involving demons. You want them to radically alter every course, every strand that this long-running story is going through because of 2 arcs. Childish. Yep. Childish.
And while the story tells us it is impossible to understand the inner workings of the demons. So by now, I hope you can understand the part of Frieren that has been stuck in my mind ever since I first watched it. By adopting—
Oh, we understand. I feel like your brain is just broken there, though.
The tropes of Tolkien's fantasy, the story also adopts his moral dilemma surrounding the villains. And it does seem very interested in exploring this. It goes into great detail trying to understand the demons, what makes them different, what makes them evil. But in its attempts to further explain everything, it just loops back around to the same simple answer it was trying to get away from. They're evil because they're demons. By being a demon, you are evil. Not because—
Well, okay, what did you say it was trying to get away from? It's coming to a very specific conclusion, sure, but the difference is what is important and what is interesting. Don't you think the story is building to something after this? You say you read the manga. Clearly there's more to it than that. It's still going. Right?
No.
Oh,
demons are corrupted by some magical force that makes them be that way, like in most fiction, but because they are controlled by some biological force that makes them be that way, which doesn't change anything. This, to me, makes the demons fundamentally no different than the orc.
We've just been repeating the same things. It's just,
dude.
You don't know that there isn't some kind of force that makes them evil or that created them to be evil, because you acknowledge yourself that monsters themselves are very vague in how they're presented. And everything else that you've said about them being able to, understand the morality of their decisions is based on confusing the anime's presentation of their lack of empathy with the lack of all emotion of any kind whatsoever.
Yeah.
Everything in this video is just built on those 2 misunderstandings. It is just
and also contextually we understand why it would be impossible, or at least, another reason why that is an impossible thing. Right? Besides Frieren, we have Sere, Denken, and 2 guys from the Magic Association, maybe Method, maybe, and possibly Fern, given enough time and training. These are the only few people that we know of in Frieren's world that can even have a chance in hell over a high-ranking demon. The rest of the mages are scrubs that can probably die at any point due to these guys. That's how powerful they are. It took legions of these motherfuckers to bring one of these guys down. That is like 1 in a million people. Whereas the demons, on average, slaughter droves of humans.
Yeah, but Kaiser, they should understand that morality, and therefore they shouldn't all be killing people.
You know what, Pete? You're right. I should learn to understand. You know, I should chug a bottle, like 6 bottles of freaking Rolling Rock that is in my fridge right fucking now. To just delete every single brain cell I have, every piece of common sense and reading comprehension that I have, because fuck it, man. The demons deserve love too.
Are we almost done yet? Do we really have 19 more minutes of arguments? Like, I swore that, like, it sounded like he was like giving his closing arguments, and we still got 19 minutes left.
Creatures the author wants to be pure evil because their role in the story is to antagonize and be killed, but creatures the author has accidentally given all of the components necessary to not be evil, which they have no real explanation for. So, in order to curb any hint of a dilemma, they give us an answer that can be best summarized as, don't worry about it. Like, if we take a character like Ubel, someone shown in the story to be fine with killing pretty much anyone who has killed a lot and doesn't feel bad about it, who explicitly uses charisma in combat to get an advantage, and we compared her to a demon who did pretty much all of the same stuff she did, can you think of any reason given by the story why Ubel would deserve mercy and be allowed to live, and the demon would not, that does not boil down to because they're a demon? People call Frieren's hand.
Well, okay, for pause it. Well, first of all, because as far as we're aware, like, the only people who Ubel has killed are, like, you know, thieves and stuff. And second, even then, I'm not entirely not sus of Ubel. In fact, I feel like Ubel's entire, like, introduction is that she is pretty sus.
Yeah, she's
big
a
thing about
psychopath.
Yeah,
it's just that she
like,
doesn't instantaneously want to kill people if there isn't anything
I'm sorry
for her.
If Ubel was trying to kill me, why the fuck would I give her mercy? Like, if she is trying to kill someone who doesn't deserve it, which, as far as I'm aware, hasn't necessarily been shown just yet. I think depending on, like,
I think there's one guy, and that was like the dude that was testing her ability to slash things. That, like, they had this, like, supposed impenetrable barrier or something, like an impenetrable cloak or something.
Wasn't that part of the test? Or
well, the test was to get through the barrier. The test wasn't to kill him. And
so
she was literally kicked out of the association because of that. Even then, like, I can understand that. Listen, dude, like, if you are, because here's the thing, I actually think that's kind of silly. Is that, think about this. Well, you're a guy who, anyway.
Like, here's the thing. All right, have you ever seen, like, those kind of commercials for, like, or, like, not commercials, but, like, have you ever seen that meme of that guy who has, like, oh, this amazing knife-proof armor, walks up on stage, and then, like, one of the other guys starts stabbing him repeatedly, and, like, it does nothing. Then he brings out, like, a baseball bat and starts beating him with it, and, like, it still does nothing. Like, here's the thing. If for whatever reason that product, like, didn't work, feel like that blame is also kind of on you. For that's cool that you are confident in your bulletproof glass, that you could stand right behind it as someone is shooting at you, that you don't think it'll shoot you. But you can't really blame the person pulling the trigger if you put yourself. You are like, hit me, and you are so confident that you will not be, you know, killed when someone comes at you with an AK or some shit. Like, when someone decides to,
Scott,
because you're so confident that your barrier will not be broken. If by some divine intervention it does, I don't think you can really blame Ubel for that.
And hey, at the very least, like, as they say in the show, you have to be literally fucking insane.
But yeah, but like, let's suppose
to be like a mage, because that is the kind of monsters we have to fight.
And here's the thing. Let's suppose for a minute that wasn't a test. That was just a guy who just happened to have, like, a really powerful shield, and Ubel instigated a fight with him because she's a psycho. Why does that mean
Psycho.
why do you assume that like she deserves mercy?
Yeah, you're making
If
a
she
lot
is-
of assumptions here, guy.
Yeah. Like, why do you assume that, like, I think that she deserves mercy if, like, she is a psychopath? Granted, I've seen worse characters do worse things, even in
Yeah.
this show, than Yubel. I think the actual worst that she's done is killed some people who tried to rob her, and even then, that's self-defense,
Well,
man.
she tried to. She was stopped before she could.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, I
by
mean,
the elf monk.
point-
Yeah.
point still kind of stands, is that, like, if it wasn't for that monk, she
Hell,
would have.
And
But,
hell,
like-
freaking put Yubel in the exact same two situations we just described. The demon would fucking kill him. Yubel stopped because he didn't want to fuck with the elf monk guy. But she could have probably have done something to kill them if she really, really wanted to.
Yubel is such a terrible example for this because she is clearly not meant to be someone who you're supposed to think is all there up in their
Yeah.
little noggin of hers.
You picked the fucking Yandere as an example, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God. I'm
I'm sorry, I don't think she deserves mercy either. Like, if she really is a complete psychopath and will kill people.
Yeah, this argument is childish on Lextorias' end. I haven't watched much of this, but already I can tell something's up. Dude, you don't know the half of it.
Like, it just feels like this is just something that he's just, like, you know...
Several characters literally say that the world would be better off without Yubel. Case fucking closed. Absolute lies. Absolute fucking lies. Well, not lies. Just absolute idiocy here.
All right, let's keep going.
Handling
18
the
minutes, we can
demons
do
as sort of
this.
subversion of a subversion, taking the idea that many pieces of media take the evil fantasy race from Tolkien and do actually try to redeem them. So Frieren not redeeming them is subverting that. But the idea of subversion is that it should add an interesting element to explore, or take some idea and build on it in a way you weren't expecting. Yet Frieren's demons are doing the exact opposite. They're stripping away interesting ideas to revert them back to their simpler form. The show's
Interesting to you,
Is
asshole.
that a problem?
Are you fucking serious? Interesting to you specifically. Like, and by the way, check out in the comment section of my freaking video for like 2 minutes, okay? There are so many people in that comment section literally saying that the demons in Frieren are fucking refreshing. Over the past 20 goddamn years, 2 freaking decades, bro, we have been watching show after show, demon after demon, monster after monster, not being inherently evil and being redeemed. And yes, a lot of those stories became all-time classics, or at the very least decent, that employ those elements, right? And yeah, there are a lot of shows that typically did have stereotypically like evil monsters or whatever, but aren't very interesting. Gee, it's almost like there's something refreshing at the same time as engaging in that Frieren has employed in its strategy, which is why people love this show. Why they love this element of the show. The demons are, yeah, just intrinsically evil or animalistic, but they have intriguing aspects to them. And I've explained as much in like both of my fucking videos, so I have no freaking... And you have so much time to talk to people, to engage with people, to watch different videos that expresses different viewpoints. You had all this time to try to understand why people aren't bothered by this. And yet you are the one who gave up. You just throw up your hands and be like, no, my feet are in the sand and I'm not gonna move. Childish.
The most interesting exploration of the demons, I would argue, is the El Dorado arc, which is entirely focused on their inner workings, yet results in the same conclusion we
Yeah, because you're comparing it to the very first major arc of the story. The first major arc of the motherfucking story, and then the second arc, which is the El Dorado one. Oh, is the manga still going? Oops. Why? Why are you
Is
like this?
Is Mocked still around in the in the manga? Like,
No,
or
he's
like,
dead.
was he only Okay, I see.
But there are other demons and shit. I'm pretty sure.
No,
it's just like
I'm just curious if like he was like a recurring villain of some kind.
nah. It would be interesting if he is, but you know.
Yeah.
Magician D. Kaiser, Ubel killed a different group of bandits before the monk elf guy met her. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Yeah, I felt like there was like another group. Sorry.
Hugo, by the way, the white hair guy in the exam arc talks about how he had to slaughter child soldiers. How is he not a monster? Yeah, I mean, well, the difference between that is that guy actually, and we can see it from the directing and shit, that he has the capacity to empathize with people and that he sympathizes with them. It's just that he has to kill his empathy in order to do what he feels needs to be done. Ubel is just crazy.
Completely, yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Like, again, and I don't even think Ubel has really been...
Yeah.
Like, I've seen characters do worse things than Ubel. I do think she is crazy. I've not seen her, like, go completely off the rails yet. But, like, if she did, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she deserves mercy. If you want to, like, make that argument, convince me of that, sure. I don't give a shit if you want to compare her to a demon who's done the same stuff as her.
A chick who has one of the most overpowered fucking attack spells in the entire series. Man. Yeah, try to convince that.
Had going into it. It asks a lot of interesting questions just to give answers we already knew. It wants its villains to be more compelling.
No, we knew the what. We didn't know the why. Asshole. Dude, this stupid self-importance. Where is this coming from? I'm looking at my chat right now and I see people saying, yo, this guy used to be cooking so good. What the hell happened? What is going on right now?
Tolkien's orcs while still having them be fundamentally the same at their very core. And this might be presumptuous of me to say, but a lot of my problems I have with Frieren are based on the same situation. The story taking a very simple idea, typically a trope from an earlier work like Tolkien's, and dressing it up as if it's going to be more complex, only for it not to be. Frieren is often praised for having better world building and setup than the typical fantasy isekai people hate so much, yet from the Tolkien races to the demon villains to the magic association, it uses all of the same tropes to build its world.
Yeah, it's almost like Frieren does different things that make it interesting, like having actually decent characters and having the world building be cohesive and not just ripping off D&D. I'm from like a different fucking world line right now. Holy shit.
Frieren is even an overpowered and rather simple main character, like many anime are criticized for having. Further made less interesting.
Okay, but she's not simple.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like you could listen. You can have anime with like over protagonists, and like you could still have it. Like, yeah, there are a lot of anime that are made worse because of their overpowered protagonist and relying on too many fights that you just know are going to lose all tension. But that is like the good ones rely on a lot of. Yeah, like a lot of like the good anime of those rely on things other than fights to be able to like center their shows around. Like Frieren, which isn't about fight scenes. As much as you may not be aware of that, majority of it is not about fights. Shocking, I know.
Tropes are building blocks. Like Twilight said in her Lily Orchard response, it's how you use them that matters. Yeah, it's literally in how you use them. Okay? I've said it, Twilight said it, Raymond said it, everybody fucking says this shit. Yet this guy just does not want to engage with it. He sees fights and thinks shonen. I mean, which granted, yes, this is a shonen series, but like, he does so in a reductive way. Which is so ironic, because he's accusing the story of being less and less interesting. Fuck off.
It uses all of the same tropes to build its world. Frieren is even an overpowered and rather simple main character, like many anime are criticized for having. Further made less interesting by virtue of the story continually proving her right about everything, especially regarding the demons. The story is also praised for not focusing on combat as much as your typical shonen battle formula, and for having an interesting use of magic. And yet, not only is it very combat-oriented.
You just contradicted yourself. You said that like a good chunk of like the anime is about fighting when you acknowledge that like it's hold on, is he no.
For having further made less interesting by virtue of the story continually proving her right about everything, especially
Not everything. She is right about magic and demons. She is not right about people, you feckless moron. Are you Who wrote this?
This guy did. He did. This guy, right here, who you're watching.
Well, doesn't that explain everything?
especially regarding the demons. The story is also praised for not focusing on combat as much as your typical shonen battle formula, and for having an interesting use of magic. And yet, not only is it very combat-oriented, with an unironic Chunin exam battle royale and a straight-up assassination plot taking up a bulk of the story, but the combat, more often than not, devolves into something very similar to a shonen battle anime, just with magic as a substitute for a power system.
Why
Spells,
is that bad?
Well, no, the magic
Why
does
is that bad?
have a power system. There is a system in magic. It's a little bit soft, but it's still engaging. It allows us to learn about the characters.
And
Like,
I'm
say-
not even gonna like I'll bite on this, but like okay, why is it a bad thing?
Yeah.
Why is like how it executes these things bad?
Why are you
I thought we were
basing-
talking about demons. Why are we talking about like all these tropes in Frieren now?
Because he's projecting this problem he has with the demons in Frieren onto every other aspect of the show, which is why he's trying to explain the weird feeling in his Kokoro that didn't make him instantly love the series the way that other people do. And instead of reconciling with that is probably a fucking skill issue, and just moving on to watching something else, or actually engaging with the story the way that it is meant to be fucking engaged with, even if he doesn't like it, he just waves his hands and screams to the goddamn sky like an old man with fucking Tourette's.
I think the reason why I've grown tired of this is because, like, again, a lot of his arguments are still based on the misunderstanding of whether or not like the monsters are spiritually his ignorance of like where monsters come from in the first place, and assuming that they have no spiritual creation, or given like going by his standard that is a bad thing, and also that their expression of emotion means that they are capable of empathizing with other humans, when Frieren's whole point is that they lack empathy, not that they lack emotion.
Yes.
Or all emotion,
You
I should
said it
say.
yourself. We
And
got
like
the
everything else is
explanation,
based
we
off
just
of the
don't
like
it.
those two problems. There's almost nothing else to say. But we
Yeah,
got to
the-
sit here
the
for another
rest of this
16
shit is
minutes.
just- the rest of this shit is just yapping. I'm not even gonna stop at this point.
substituting unique abilities. The very structure of the show is set up to be a subversion of your
my
typical
God.
adventure story, taking place after the journey is already done. Yet the entire plot is still a major quest to reach the Demon King's castle that plays out and ramps up exactly like a traditional story would if they were on their way to defeat the Demon King, traveling to dangerous lands and defeating stronger and stronger enemies and taking time to stop major threats. It's not a journey beyond Journey's End, it's just another journey. Like I
is
said
that
in the
a
beginning,
problem?
I don't want to dislike Frieren. I think all
Why
of
is
its
that a
ideas are
problem?
right up my alley. Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite stories after all, but I think there's a big difference between The Lord of the Rings being a simple and straightforward story and not trying to be anything more than that, and Frieren wanting to do something different and interesting, but ultimately just wrapping back around to being simple and straightforward. Yet even still, after all of this, I have this inkling in the back of my mind, hoping that something is going to change. There are just so many direct contradictions the story has with itself that I can't imagine it isn't aware of them. A demon telling us they only use language to kill, with language. A character learning nothing is impossible, then telling us something is impossible. I want to believe that this is heading somewhere. Maybe because all of the demon biology lessons we're given come from the Demon King, who is obviously trying to understand why they are the way that they are. Not an entirely reliable source of info. Plus, and this is getting into a whole other arc, the Demon King basically had this right-hand man who could see the future, which is confirmed to be accurate. So this implies he definitely knew he was going to die, and it was somehow part of his plan, which is almost definitely going to come up later. In fact, the story not showing the Demon King at all is pretty convincing evidence that there's going to be a massive reveal about him that's going to shake things up. But
No comment.
Why
I've
are
not read
you
the
like
manga. I'm
this?
sorry. I can't really.
Why are you like this? Like I am very, very curious how you even got to this part. Like you put the pieces together that maybe there's something more. And you are playing all of this out as if it's like a stream of consciousness, like you're trying to, okay, unravel this puzzle, and there's more and more and more to be freaking confused about. You're pulling a freaking H-bomber guy with the background music, getting crazier and crazier and crazier, trying to lead us to like a conclusion that can make us understand where you're coming from, and I just don't. It's unreal. It's unreal.
It might not. The story might just keep on the path that it is clearly already treading. In fact, to say the demons weren't evil this late into the game would be difficult. Our main character is literally the Slayer. The story has been so complicit in this eradication of the demons that it would seriously color our perception of it if they changed that. They might still figure out some way to coexist with the demons in the future, but it would be a clusterfuck to change the past. So I understand that the story isn't over. This is the most recent chapter as of this recording. It could go in any direction after the video gets uploaded. But for the sake of the video, I'm going to assume the morality of the demons isn't questioned any further. I hope it is. I hope I'm proven wrong from this point out and the video ages like milk or whatever, but I'm going to treat the story as if this is all the information we're going to get.
Buddy, this video came out like curdle. Are you fucking serious?
It's so frustrating that I can't say anything about this because I've not seen the arc where the majority of like the moral dilemma, where like the most of this moral dilemma is explored in the El Dorado arc. I'm upset that I can't say anything on this because it's just I'm just here for the ride at this point.
He's not even talking about the El Dorado arc at this point. He's just rambling about his general problems with Frieren that don't fucking exist.
Well, no,
the demons are evil.
Mean,
that's what the
like it's because, but like I can't really.
What's up? Did you cut out?
Huh?
I mean,
no,
yeah,
I'm still here.
Can't
Can you hear
even
me?
What? And you just went silent. Your brain.
Oh, sorry. I think Discord might be giving like a delay. Like on your end. No, I was saying. What was I saying?
Yeah,
no, I was saying to like
you haven't watched
because like
you haven't read the El Dorado arc, so you can't.
Because like, well, yeah, and it's not just because I know that he's not just talking about the El Dorado arc, but like that is where the majority of like the dilemma like with the demons seems to be explored, and so like it's hard for me to comment on it when I've not gotten to that part yet.
Sure.
Is all like
Sure.
the most that I have been exposed to in that conflict is the Aura arc.
Right.
That's it.
Which is fair. H-bomber guy would have made video triple the length of this, yet HBG would have been accurate, wouldn't contradict himself, and would have made a coherent point. I mean, I hope that he would. I mean, I don't know. HARASS can be a little bit dickhead sometimes, but most of the time he seems to be pretty on the ball when it comes to media, so there's that.
Story as if this is all the information we're going to get. The demons are evil. That's what the story is saying, because that's the context in which I want to get into this final part.
Oh, fuck off. I don't care. I honestly don't fucking care.
Who cares? Who cares if the demons are?
Dude, if you're mad
Who cares
at
if the demons
Twitter,
are evil?
then just made a separate video about that, or sprinkle in specific arguments about them throughout the goddamn video. I don't fucking care, dude. Look, if you got death threats, and hey, at least you're not vague posting. It seems like you posted like examples, I guess, of people talking to you on Twitter, whatever the fuck. Fine, fuck it, whatever. Hold on. Like, fine, I don't care. I really don't care, because this video just absolutely demoralized my ability to freaking engage with you. You've already like, guys, what have I been saying the entire time? All of these response videos that we have done lately, these are the thoughts of someone who is not a real analyst. He's not a real media critic. Not just because he is wrong, but because he is fundamentally misunderstanding the material that he is engaging with. He is literally the guy who is being explained the aerodynamics of how flight works. of how throwing a goddamn paper plane makes it glide in the air during the fall. And yet he has the goddamn nerve to get pissy about the answers that he gets. It's all about not looking at the material for what it is. And it's not because he is criticizing Frieren. It's not beyond reproach. But what he is saying and doing and what he chooses to fixate on tells us that he never truly engaged with it on its own merits. He gets explanations that make sense contextually, yet instead of trying to foster this off of trying to understand the work on an intellectual level, he is fueled by a vague feeling in his fucking kokoro and Twitter bullshit. I don't know what this dude cooked before, but this shit is charred now.
It ain't Thanksgiving turkey.
Damn fucking straight. It ain't no
Is a 45 to 55 like to dislike ratio? Hold on.
Oh, wait. Dead. Dude, no way. Hold on. I gotta show this.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh, I gotta see this for myself.
3.3k likes to 4.1k dislikes. Yeah, this was not it. This was not it, bro. More than half.
It's over.
It has some very simple and strong themes that
Dude, get freaking wrecked, man. Hold on, let me show this on stream. Let me show this shit.
Like, it's hard for me to like criticize this when I haven't, watched a good chunk of like what his video is, or I haven't read a chunk of his video is about. But I feel pretty confident in saying that he was not cooking. He's not cooking with this one, man.
What in the fuck, dog? Ah, that is ridiculous. But you know what? I'm not
curious.
I'm not even going to use the argument that because people are shitting on him, that means he's wrong. I don't give a single fuck, bro. I'm the guy who responded to Johnny Two Cellos when every person who watched that video lapped it up to hell and back. I don't give a shit who agrees with you and who doesn't. My issue is that you are not engaging with the story. That you are misconstruing what the author is trying to convey to fit your fucking bias. You may not be a malicious critic. You may not be, doing this shit on purpose. But I'm praying for you, dude. I'm praying for you. That's all I gotta say.
There's an interesting comment that I saw. I was just looking through like the comments on the video. And there's one in particular I wanted to read. There is no moral dilemma. Demons are a competitive species that actively prey on. Excuse me.
I see the one.
Sorry. That actively preys on humans, dwarves, and elves, and uses empathy as a prime tool to gain an advantage over humans. Frieren's actions of classifying them as beasts is the emerging evolutionary solution. Sure, they might have intelligence, morals, and empathy for each other, but acknowledging it only opens humans, elves, and dwarves to further danger. Therefore, it is more moral for humans, dwarves, and elves to treat demons like mindless beasts, because it is in their own highest interest, survival, to do so. Exactly. Like this is the ultimate thing here, is that, and this is why like it's such a weird thing to compare these, things to orcs, when whether or not they have the capacity to change or not really does not matter. It is like, is it worth it to try to teach them how to change? Or
dude, somebody get
is
this
it
guy
like
two
that much of a
varks
danger
on stream? Show this stream to him.
I just,
oh my god!
by the average demon mage, and because of how dangerous they are and how incompatible they are with normal human society, it doesn't matter whether they have the capacity to change or not. Any and all attempt to try to get them to integrate has ended in bloodshed, no matter what. They need to either stay in their own lane, far away from other species that are capable of coexisting with one another, or get bent. In the evolutionary sense.
Right. Dude, look at this comment. I don't agree with the idea that sapience equals morality, at least as we would understand it. We may use ourselves as a baseline when it comes to sapience, but I feel that is a flawed way of thinking. It's what makes Frieren's demons so interesting to me. They are sapient beings whose minds are fundamentally different from our own. If you could communicate with your prey, hunting would be difficult. Hence their lack of guilt when it comes to killing. As he said in the video, to which he proceeds to freaking mold and cope and mold and seethe and cope and seethe and mold.
And rinse and repeat.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you know if there's anyone
Crazy.
else who's done like any video responses to this? Because I'd be curious to like get someone's scripted
know.
opinion.
I don't think anyone. I think I've seen people say that they are planning on doing it, but I've never seen anybody.
Search up response to Lextorias, and our stream comes up. Your stream, I should say.
Of course,
comes
we
up
got here first. We struck while the iron is cooking, baby.
Oh
Lord.
Let's see.
I don't know what the fuck is Nuxtaku doing here. Okay.
I don't know.
But
What are any of these other people doing here?
I don't know, man. But either
maybe
way,
Lextorias just doesn't get like a lot of
maybe it doesn't get a lot
think
of
that's
traffic, maybe. But dude, this has been a journey. I feel like we learned something.
Yeah.
We learned that
Frieren is based, and watch Frieren.
10,000 years more Frieren. 100 episodes more Frieren.
Yeah. Be Rick and Frieren!
Free Rick and Frieren!
So yeah, if we are ending things, I guess I will self-promote. I am working on a video, but it's 3 hours long, and it's gonna take a little while. I mean, I'm getting closer to it, but I mean,
Sure.
yeah, just keep an eye on stuff that I've got planned. Because there's a guy named Anthony Gramulia, that I am currently gonna be working on a response video for, from a particularly contentious video that he made a while back. But with time, again, it's just something. Beyond that, I usually stream every Friday, but sometimes I make exceptions. Tomorrow,
This was one of them, and he's regretting it.
No, this was fun. Because I'm just moving my stream to tomorrow. I will be playing Kingdom Hearts 2 for the very first time, which I am excited for because I've never played Kingdom Hearts 2 before, and I've been told it's the best Kingdom Hearts game.
Very much so.
So yeah, and like pretty much any stream with me is pretty much a Q&A. Just drop by, ask whatever. I read all the chats.
Yeah, actually, now you're talking about it. Hold on. All right, here's what you guys gotta do.
What are you doing?
Subscribe to this guy's channel. Subscribe. Go and do it. Go and do it. 85 videos and only 1,000K subs. That is a criminal. Given all the work that he has been doing since the very beginning.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out my Lily Orchard video where Kaiser and I both, you know what? Check out Kaiser's Lily Orchard video that he did recently.
I mean,
on her
mine is
video
part
about Mary
one, and
Sue.
yours is the part 2, right?
Yeah, where we did a little bit of a collab with one another. Check out both of those in that order. But beyond that, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. You got anything else to say, Kaiser? I don't mean to.
On my end, I am hoping. I'm not gonna go to sleep until I'm finished with the video that I'm working on for this month, and I'm gonna hopefully release it tomorrow.
Heck yeah.
It's gonna be about Arcane Season 2. It's gonna be very spicy. Hopefully it'll garner some interesting attention. I've subbed to the Giga Chad Sigma Pete. Let's go.
I don't know if I would describe myself as a Giga Chad, but I appreciate the flattery though.
I mean, you know what we gotta be in order to survive this whole ordeal, man. But like, I am working on that, and depending on how things go, next month's video is gonna be very, very special. And in fact, in some ways, I'm gonna put it up to a vote. Okay? I'm gonna put it up to a vote depending on how things go. It's just going. I just have so many great ideas for next month to end the year on as strong as humanly fucking possible.
I'm looking forward to it. Hell yeah!
Because we gotta get 7K subs by the end of this freaking.
We do.
That's the goal.
I'm gonna. Thank you for reminding me. Guys, get Kaiser to 7K by the end of the year. By the end of the year, I'm going to lose a bet. I'm going to lose a bet. It's the worst thing ever.
Oh, so it's all about you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Listen, it's about both of us. You get 1K subs. I don't have to lose a bet. That's a win-win in my opinion. Guys, share
please.
this video.
We need to, like, we need to. I will die. I mean, I won't die. I will lose a bet, but it's gonna feel like dying inside.
He's gonna be wrong on the internet at the worst possible crime.
The worst thing ever. I'm gonna be wrong.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
I told a friend of ours that I thought Kaiser would reach 7K by the end of the year.
Yeah, you betted with Lonecrit.
Yeah, I did. I made a mistake. I should have kept it at 6K. I should have played it safe, but no.
Well,
10K by 2026.
No. God.
I mean,
no,
maybe, man.
Nobody clip that. Nobody clip that. Not yet. Not yet.
Nobody clip that.
Not yet.
Not yet. But yeah, aside from that, working on more stuff. Next week's stream is going to probably be on, like, you know, just more response video tier stuff. Maybe playing a new game to have on stream, because why the fuck not? Let me think. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna be posting in the community posts about the soundboard stuff. You know, for your choices of what soundboards to add to the streams to make them more interesting for y'all to watch, because I know y'all love, you know, your distracting noises, right?
Even though we didn't use any this stream.
Well, I used a couple while you were gone.
God.
I told you that I had the soundboard because I was hoping that you would maybe use it more, but I understand you are trying to engage with this very seriously. Also, reminder, now I have in my head, don't harass Lextorias. He's being bullied enough as is.
Yeah, let's just leave it.
Let's just leave it, please. Let's just fucking leave it. Oh my god. And yeah, I hope all of y'all enjoyed. Share this video around, like it, subscribe if you haven't. Donate to my Patreon or Ko-fi if you have the time. And yeah, this has been another episode of Kaiser versus the world. Maybe we'll have to change this to Kaiser versus brain cells. Because I keep just melting them every single time when I'm not playing video games anyway. Alrighty. Well, I hope y'all had a great time. Thank you so much for showing up. You guys are the champions, and I'll see y'all next time.
Stay platinum.